The elected member for Newlands to ask the Honourable Minister of Health, Environment, Culture and Housing. Question number 34.
Deputy Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I'd like to ask question number 34 in my name to the Honourable Minister of Health, Environment, Culture and Housing, which reads as, can the Honourable Minister say what plans are in place or are being considered to get the network of dikes used to control the mosquito population in Grand Cayman back in a state where the swamp levels can be properly manipulated?
Honourable Minister of Health.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to thank the member from the Deputy Opposition Leader for the question. Madam Speaker, each network of dikes and associated canals should be considered independently. In Grand Cayman, there are 5 networks from Barkers at the top of the West Bay Peninsula to Rackless. The Mosquito Research and Control Unit has been treating the areas with a combination of larviciding and adulticiding techniques. Madam Speaker, while all networks could benefit from some drainage improvement, there is, however, one network at Rackless, which is east of North Sound Estates, that was rendered inoperable approximately 15 years ago. For this reason, Madam Speaker, the entirety of the area, more than 10,000 acres, is a potential source of mosquito production. MRCU performs larval surveillance in association with the dikes versus via traces. However, it is recognized that surveillance and ultimately aerial control of larval populations is negligible in relation to the size of the area. Water management of the control mosquitoes is always preferred to the larviciding of developing mosquitoes and adulticiding for biting mosquitoes. However, water management is more expensive initially, but less expensive in the long term. In comparison to other control efforts, Madam Speaker, while it is unlikely that opening one canal would prohibit the use in the entire area by mosquitoes, it would certainly mitigate some of the ongoing productions in the area of the existing dike and canal system. However, at the moment, due in part of budget limitations, there are no plans in place to unlock this area. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Deputy Leader of the Opposition.
Just a follow-up. Have we costed and spec what amount of work would be involved in getting in particular the Rackless dikes functional again? And if so, what would that cost be if we have it?
Honourable Minister of Health.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I want to add some context to the actual problem that we're having in those canal areas. And I think the member also asked about if any costing was done in terms of trying to free or clear the area.
But because I used to be with Uncle Johnny, you see, and we used to go look at crops, I knew why they did it. So I ain't supporting them over then. Don't bring it up.
There's your talk to that. You know the way lecture people.
No, I told him about that. But we need to hold on. It's wrong. It's wrong. They need to be done. They need to be done, but they need to be done properly. That's all I'm saying.
My unit, they got crazy with that. For the big business, I think constituency was.
Madam Speaker,
All of them boys did off now.
information received is that MRCU has one piece of equipment that could actually actively go in there and clear these areas. It would take about 4 or 5 months for this one piece of equipment to have it done. Obviously, if we wanted it faster, we would have to employ other equipment and to get it done quicker. Estimated cost for this would be less than $50,000 to have these areas clear. But I wanted to add some context to some of the struggles that we have and to yeah for the one piece of equipment. I just wanted to add that at the height of water management operations, MRCU had 3 excavators, two tractors, and 5 heavy equipment operators. Presently, the department currently has 1 excavator, 1 tractor, 1 mower, and 1 heavy equipment operator. This is insufficient to keep any of the canal systems functional. Budgets will have to be increased within the next financial year in order to secure adequate maintenance equipment. As an estimate, an excavator for this purpose would cost about $100,000. A tractor would cost about $30,000, and an operator would be about $50,000. As advised by MRCU senior staff who supervises the water management projects, about 15 years ago, a resident of the North Sound Estates who lives off of Windward Road complained to his MLA, the Water Authority, and DOE that the canal systems was drained fresh water from an inland reservoir through our canals into the North Sound and was given permission to block the canal, which in turn caused problems as the rains and fresh water constantly flooded the surrounding properties, leaving an untouchable mosquito breeding ground controllable only by treatment from aircraft. But the dikes at the Rocklands are not inaccessible. MRCU has worked diligently in 2018 and 19 to purchase land that would maintain a single access point to the dike and canal systems. This was an unbudgeted purchase approved through the ministry and done in collaboration with Lands and Survey. The land access point is now owned by CIG. There are no plans or provisions at this time during this period for land purchase. The director of MRCU has reached out to DOE regarding Rocklands, and in fact that it was a non-functional closed system. Queries were made about the ability, the interest of potential and partners to open in the canal system to the Sound. The advice received was that this would be difficult in part because there is an important freshwater aquifer to the east of the dike or the canal network. MRCU internally discussed a project supporting reopening the canal to the Sound and various ways to mitigate flow in and out of the system, but ultimately moved away from the idea for a variety of reasons. So this seems to be more complex than we think it is. But I think the member, this is your area, and definitely we need to find a way to unblock this.
Deputy Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And why I raise this, Madam Speaker, is, I think we've all experienced this lately, but I know that it's an ongoing thing, that the mosquitoes are flying away with my constituents most of the time. But I understand, because I go down there to exercise and so forth, and I see where there are issues where I don't see the dikes functioning as they should, where there's an exchange of water and salt water and so forth. But I'm not an engineer. I don't understand all of that 100%. But I understand that there may be some issue with the culverts as well that allow the seawater in. I don't know what sort of feedback you're getting on the condition of those at this point in time. I don't know if you could give us an update on that.
Honorable Minister of Health.
Madam Speaker, I beg your indulgence for a few minutes. Madam Speaker, what I can say in terms of the culverts, there hasn't been a comprehensive review of these culverts in the Rackley area. The director informed me that the culverts run in parallel to the actual roads that you see in there, but there hasn't really been any evaluation done on the actual culverts. There's a particular area which is about 250 meters that's causing the real blockage, but he thinks that it's going to be a very expensive effort, and there's also DOE involvement in terms of water flowing in. So, so yeah, it is not a 1, 2, 3 easy as we think it is, but definitely one that needs investigation. We probably need to look at getting more resources to investigate this. We probably accepted it as it is, and the more cries we get, But there's definitely a big problem in terms of mosquito harvesting, as I've been informed.
Deputy Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I mean, obviously this is, this could be a very long conversation, and there's a lot of unknowns. So I won't press too much more, other than to ask the minister to consider, please, at least doing an evaluation to find out what needs to be done to get the dikes functional again. As far as DOE involvement, I would think that they would encourage this sort of solution because it doesn't use chemicals, it doesn't need chemicals, it's natural, it's, from their point of view, it should be safer than spraying and so on. But that's my opinion. But I'm also thinking that, we're just coming out of, or we're trying to come out of this pandemic. There's a lot of opportunity to assist people with getting some work as well, in terms of if you're going to, I heard the government talking about getting the NICE program going again. If there's work that can be done through that program to assist with the efforts, then I would encourage that. There's some sensitivities that you and I can discuss that I won't say over the mic, but the Leader of the Opposition has raised a sensitivity that we should discuss. But I would encourage trying to get the project moving, because, as I said, the mosquito problem in Newlands is terrible, and it extends right out to Savannah. I know the member from Savannah also gets the calls, and we really want to find some solutions. So if you could consider those two things, I would appreciate it.
Honorable Minister of Health.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Definitely, and I think the government and Minister of Works would be a good project for us to take on with the NICE program in terms of cleaning the area, especially the brushes. I heard it's grown up in a lot of the areas. That would be, we haven't undertook anything like that in the past that I can think of. It would be a good thing for us to do, and beautifying that area where people walk and use the area. But I guess only until stuff like that is done, the clearing of the area would be able to investigate and evaluate culverts and everything else. So I don't see a problem in giving you that undertaking to ensure that area is one of the areas that once we do the NICE program, if that's what it's called, to clean that area as one of the projects. Yeah. We didn't commit the minister to
You're not listening to
Minister of Works to anything.
Member for Savannah.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As we have all seen in recent weeks, and I know the situation with the pandemic, but I've never, in probably 30, 35 years, felt the thickness, and I don't know if these are oxytectrine mosquitoes or what, but my goodness, it rough. Normally when the planes go and spray, it'll be 2 or 3 days, you don't feel anything. I'm just wondering, Honorable Minister, if they're using the correct or the strength that they use in spray with, because normally it does the trick. You heard what he said, if they've changed insecticide or what, because it's certainly not slowing them down. Thanks.
Madam Speaker, I beg your indulgence.
Sorry, yes. Honorable Minister of Health.
Thank you.
Madam Speaker, while the Honourable Minister is conferring, I just want
Honourable
to...
Minister of Commerce.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I just want to confirm that we'd be happy to assist from the Public Works Department. I know that we just recently carried out, in conjunction with MRCU, the clearing out of the canal system along the Esther Tibbetts Highway, as well as reintroducing or repairing culverts, etc. So we'd be more than happy to work with MRCU and the ministry in achieving the same throughout the island.
Madam Speaker, been reliably informed. Obviously, I thank the member from Savannah, for the honorable member, for his question, and one that has been a vexing question throughout the country as we experience what some experienced in the 60s and so forth. Obviously, I wasn't around then, but I heard about it, and it was quite concerning. Obviously, we have been back and forth with the director in terms of ensuring that we did the things that we needed to do in terms of spraying and flying, etc. Obviously, we had Sahara dust that impeded flying for a couple days. Visibility was low. We have 2 planes, and it also covers Cayman Brac, Little Cayman, in terms of spraying. What I've been advised is that it was almost like a perfect storm in terms of the tide and the rain. And instead of flying once for the day, you're flying 2 and 3 times for the day. Now, with larviciding and everything else, one of the problems that we've had, Madam Speaker, is that the normal flying Monday and Friday would go up and you'd fly a couple hours. Now, because of the restrictions, the tower was closed and limited to just opening 3 hours for the day. So it really limited the flying of the MRCU. Obviously, the foggers, we have about 3 to 5 foggers since June 1st that have been going out every day. It is a concern of ours, Madam Speaker. We get the complaints. I've felt them. I've never felt them like that before. But I feel comfortable that the department is addressing the issue. We can only pray that I've been informed that it's the larvicide, that it's not the larvicide that is causing the problem. It's being used as instructed on its packet, and the situation in itself, Madam Speaker, is nobody wants to feel the wrath of mosquitoes that they've been feeling lately, and definitely something that we take very serious. It's something that we spoke about in caucus. I've given them updates as their constituents of calling them and reporting. And every time that I call and the chief officer calls and speak to the directors, the information that is given to me is very believable, and with all the inhibitors that are in place that inhibit them sometimes from doing the work that they do. So, as he said, the perfect storm that no one saw coming, just like COVID. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The elected member for Newlands to ask the Honourable Minister of Employment, Border Control, Community Affairs, International Trade, Investment, Aviation and Maritime Affairs. Question number 35.
Deputy Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I'd like to ask question number 35 in my name to the Honourable Minister of Employment, Border Control, Community Affairs, International Trade, Investment, Aviation and Maritime Affairs. Can the Honourable Minister state, A, what is the increased volume of applications for assistance from the NAU since the implementation of the Cayman Islands COVID-19 regulations? And B, what changes have been made regarding the operations of the NAU, including resource levels since the implementation of the Cayman Islands COVID-19 regulations? And C, what measures have been implemented to ensure the mental and physical well-being of the staff at the NAU since the implementation of the Cayman Islands COVID-19 regulations?
Honourable Premier.
Madam Speaker, the answer: loss of employment and household income, temporary business closure, family illness, restrictions on movement, and the socioeconomic fallout of the crisis disrupted the lives of many people and in turn led more people to seek financial assistance from the Department of Children and Family Services and in particular the NAU in an effort to cope. Based on information, 1,653 families were receiving services from the Needs Assessment Unit in March of 2020, before COVID. As a result of challenges brought on by COVID-19, there was a continued increase throughout April, May, and June. By mid-June 2020, the numbers had increased to 3,386 families receiving services. In addition, 1,753 food cards at a value of $150 each were provided by the NAU as interim assistance to applicants not already receiving ongoing services. In order to effectively respond to the increasing demands and expedite services to those most vulnerable, changes were made to NAU's operations in the following areas. The Ministry of Community Affairs issued contracts to 4 temporary staff effective until December this year. In addition to the existing NAU staff complement of 31 persons, a total of 23 persons were also redeployed to assist NAU with increased demands. With the implementation of the Cayman Islands COVID-19 regulations, staff automatically extended services without request or assessment to existing clients to ensure that the most vulnerable Caymanians already known to the NAU were provided with a minimum 3-month extension of their services. To expedite services, the NAU relaxed their requirements and processes, especially for persons who were most vulnerable, including older persons, pregnant women, and those with high-risk medical conditions. As previously indicated, interim food cards were provided as an initial means of assistance. Additional phone lines were established to assist persons by phone, which was manned by some redeployed staff. In terms of ongoing support to the staff, the Ministry, in partnership with NAU, is continually revising how to best accommodate staff needs while ensuring that we endeavor to meet the demands for services. To safeguard the mental and physical well-being of staff at the NAU, the following measures were implemented. Government's public health measures and guidance were upheld. For example, staff meetings are held in the general office area to maintain social distance or by Zoom or conference calls. The amount of persons in the reception area at any given time is limited, and staff are provided with personal protective equipment. Hand sanitizers and work areas are frequently sanitized. Flexible working arrangements and hours and working remotely were implemented where possible or necessary due to high-risk medical conditions, and food is provided to staff that remain in office. Staff leave was accommodated to allow for breaks, and scheduling over the next 6 months is being arranged to accommodate leave. In addition to the honorarium recently announced by the Deputy Governor, the Ministry is also implementing an acknowledgement and recognition plan to pay tribute to staff who worked tirelessly throughout the COVID-19 pandemic, which will be rolled out in the next 6 months.
You don't need any more, right? No.
Deputy Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I wonder if the Honorable Premier would be able to tell us if pre-pandemic, if the 31 staff complement was considered adequate at that time.
Honorable Premier.
Madam Speaker, that there were 2 vacancies prior to that. So the complement that it's been budgeted for in this budget cycle was 33 persons, and the staff complement was 31.
Deputy Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I wonder if the Honorable Premier could tell us now about the top-level management structure. Because I noticed there have been some movement, some changes. So who's in charge, what role the chief officer plays, the councillor plays, the managers, the directors, and so on. Are all those positions filled? Who's doing what? Because it's become a bit confusing with all the, I know that there's been some movements, but not names of staff, but are all those positions now filled, and are people in place?
Honorable Premier.
Madam Speaker, all posts are filled, and the unit is operating as normal. As I indicated in the substantive answer, during the height of the crisis, a significant number of staff were redeployed from elsewhere to help with managing the process. Things are returning to normal now.
Deputy Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And this is my last one. I know that I think other members want to ask questions, so I don't want to delay the process. Can the Honorable Premier say if the current volume of requests and work and so forth involved in the NAU department, if that is now, do they anticipate it's now at its peak or it's going to get worse? What are the projections that we're working with in terms of volume of requests?
Honorable Premier.
Madam Speaker, I'm advised that there is a significant fall off in new applications, but obviously the crisis still continues, and there are still significant numbers of people who were employed before the shutdown that remain unemployed, and therefore the services to those people are still continuing, and the demand for those services is still significant. But there's a significant fall off in new applications.
Member for Georgetown Central.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Can the Honourable Minister say the 1,653 families that is stated in the answer, is that 1,653 different families or different families? So there's no one application that could be in the same family household in these numbers?
Madam Speaker, you may have...
Honorable Premier.
Yeah, you may have more than one person receiving benefits, but these are 1,653 families. So you got 3 or 4 people living in a home. So those people are in the home are obviously benefiting from the services that are being provided. So these are families, distinct households is probably a better way to put it.
Member for Georgetown Central.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So based on a 3 to 4 people household, you'd say that close to 7,000 people, 7,000 Caymanians are getting help?
Honorable Premier.
I'll ask for confirmation from the director, but I wouldn't be at all surprised. Actually, the number is bigger. If you look at what we're currently doing, that was the number before COVID. All families all aren't the same, but yeah, a lot of people receiving some form of assistance from government. They're not all the same, you know.
Member for Georgetown Central.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Can the Honourable Minister expand a little bit on the answer about the NEU relaxed their requirements a little bit? Can he specify what requirements were relaxed?
Honorable Premier.
So Madam Speaker, what that means is that instead of the usual checks being carried out with respect to utility bills and bank checks and all of that, that is normally a part of the processing before it is determined that the individual or the family is entitled under the rules to receive financial assistance. Anyone who applied, who Caymanian or permanent resident, if they made an application, they were at a minimum granted immediately food vouchers while those processes were gone through. Now, I see Deputy Leader of the Opposition shaking his head, and we did have initial problems with that, and I answered many a grueling question in the press conferences about it, but those kinks were worked out over time. But that was always the plan, and the intention is that if someone has made the effort to put in an application in these times, let's at least ensure that they have access to food. So they granted food vouchers while the processes were gone through. And of course, it was a lot more difficult to get information, especially from the banks and so forth, during the shutdown period. So we didn't want to have anyone without a roof over their head or food to eat, or indeed access to medical attention.
Member for Georgetown Central.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thanks the Minister for that answer. Kind of makes sense now when the Premier says about they were having some difficulties. But does that go along, give truth to the accusation that that's why the director was moved, because of lack of want to relax? All right, let's leave that one for a minute. Can the minister say why the director was moved in the middle of the chaos, having an experienced person at the head running the show, to have somebody who dealing with it for the very first time? You would think that an experienced person would be the best person to be there at that time. Can the minister say why that person was moved? And I'm happy to know that the person has been replaced.
Honorable Premier.
Madam Speaker, I am not going to get into the personnel issues. It's outside my remit. I do acknowledge that there were issues and that certain personnel decisions were taken on a temporary basis, aimed at ensuring that the unit was able and most capable of delivering the urgent service that was demanded by the circumstances we found ourselves in. And that, Madam Speaker, is as far as I'm prepared to go.
Ain't going away. Right.
Member for Georgetown Central.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Can the minister say if the requirements for the department for the other grants that we heard from government to seek assistance, and just for example purposes, the grant for the tourism grant, the musicians grant, I think there was a grant for the taxi drivers as well. Were the requirements for assistance the same for them as they are for the average person who is applying to NAU?
Madam
Deputy
Speaker,
Premier. I mean, Honorable Premier.
completely different programs, completely different criteria based on the fact that you were employed in a particular sector where there are no longer any jobs as a direct result of COVID-19. So these were grants, one-off grants, not, you didn't have to demonstrate that you didn't have a job, didn't have to demonstrate what your account was. If you were employed in that sector, you were entitled to the grant. And these were not huge amounts of money, as I'm sure the member well knows.
Member for Georgetown Central.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. By all means, I do want to make sure the Honorable House knows that I'm not suggesting these persons weren't deserving of it. But we would agree, and I think the minister would agree with me, that we have to be accountable for the people's money that we give out. Now, Madam Speaker, what I'm trying to get at is these grants are given for the purposes of understanding the people would be in need. Now, at the NAU, when asking for assistance, there's a number of checks that are done to make sure those persons are genuinely in need. Now, if the Premier, if the minister is saying that not even a basic check to see if the person has $1 million in their account and a grant was given, maybe you should clarify that. Did I hear that correctly is the question. Did I hear correctly that regardless of what the person's financial position was, they were given money based on these grants?
Honorable Premier.
Madam Speaker, I wonder if the member would like to rethink his question. I'll give him a chance to do so.
Thank you.
Member for Georgetown Central.
You see, Madam Speaker, why the Honourable Minister said that is because I'm not supposed to question the fact of giving away free money.
No.
But my job here, Madam Speaker, is to be accountable for the taxpayers' money. Now, I know that many of those persons, 99.9% of them, needed it.
Madam Speaker,
but Madam Speaker,
I'm happy to answer the
question.
question. I'm happy to answer the question.
Honorable
But,
Premier.
Madam Speaker, he asked me to rethink it. I'm rethinking it because can he allow me
You
to
need
do
to ask
that?
your question.
I'm about to ask it, Mr. Minister.
Please ask your question. Member for Georgetown Central.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Can the minister say about the honorariums recently announced by the Deputy Governor, what's the category and criteria for persons who are going to get those that he spoke about in the answer? Moving on to a totally different thing. I think I'm going to take the good minister's advice and move on to a different part. I have an idea, but I just want the listening audience to know how we're going to honor those persons who've been working so hard on the front line and the grant system, because I think there's 1,000 and then there's 1,000 plus 500. I just want to know how that works.
Honorable Premier.
Madam Speaker, I have humored the member because what he's asking gives me, as the Premier and the Minister, the opportunity to repeat again what we have said in public, in press conferences and in public statements which we made. The standing orders forbid the asking of questions about matters which are already, the answers of which are already in the public domain. But I don't mind, Madam Speaker, at all saying that the recipients of the grants from tourism were all Caymanian Caymanians who owned or were somehow involved as taxi drivers, tour operators, or small business owners who, because COVID caused the shutdown of the entire tourism industry, had no income and still, in many respects, have no income. Those include, Madam Speaker, I'm sure, because I've spoken to 3 of them, constituents of the member from Georgetown Central. And perhaps if I give him their names following this, he might inquire which of them has $1 million in their bank account that we didn't check. Madam Speaker, the government has done and is doing everything that we possibly can, to help our people who are hurting, who are needy in these times. I know that the member from Georgetown Central knows that people are hurting, and I struggle to understand why he would question why the government is trying to help our people in this way.
Madam Speaker, Madam Speaker.
Madam Speaker, I'm on my feet.
Can you please sit down? Member for Georgetown Central.
Madam Speaker, with respect to the honorariums, again, there's been a very long and public statement about that.
Give me the standing.
I actually read it myself at the press conference. And I will try, so that matter is well within the public domain. But, Madam Speaker, for the benefit of the member, I will repeat. Those persons who were involved on the front line during the height of the COVID-19 crisis, who were civil servants, have been awarded an honorarium of a massive sum of $1,000, a one-off honorarium, as recognition and acknowledgement of them going beyond what would normally be expected of public servants, particularly in a time like this where there is risk, there was real risk of them putting their lives, putting their health in danger. Those who were on the real front line, the police officers, the doctors, the nurses, the people who work at HSA, the firemen, the people who work at Customs and Border Control, Cayman Airways, those have been awarded an honorarium of $1,500. Madam Speaker, the recipients of those 2 schemes have not been decided upon by the elected government. The Deputy Governor put in place a team that has worked out what the criteria would be, recommended that criteria to the Cabinet, who then mulled it over and approved it. He's also put in place a system and the personnel to decide who should benefit from each of the schemes. Again, Madam Speaker, an acknowledgement, recognition, a tribute, a show of gratitude by the government of the Cayman Islands to those civil servants who have gone the extra mile and some beyond to help our people and to help us manage this crisis so that the country today, I can say with immense pride, gratitude, and thanks to God, is in the best place it could possibly be. And we who live here are living in one of the best environments in this time of any place in the world. Thanks in large part to those hardworking, dedicated, committed, and courageous civil servants.
Deputy Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, because I saw where this was going off the rails a bit, and I just wanted to clarify. I didn't bring this question to critique the NAU in particular, or to throw a dark cloud over anything, because what I want to get expressed here today was whether or not NAU needed any more support, because I work closely with them, my office does, and we get a lot of assistance from them. While things don't happen perfectly, this is new to us, this is the pandemic. However, I was going to leave off because I asked about wellness, by encouraging those in the private sector whose businesses are now reopened, who are now able to offer services, and even those who are not 100% open, to consider how they would assist the government in rewarding those frontline people. And I know some are doing it already. Hotels can offer staycations, just a weekend or something, because I do have a lot of concern for the well-being of the frontline staff, because I see the stress, and I hear it on the phone, I read it in the emails, so that's where I was going. How can we assist them more? I didn't want to come here and tear down anyone, so I just wanted to make that clear, Madam Speaker, that was the intention of my question.
Member for Georgetown Central.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm going to see if I can summarize this quickly, because I think the member of the deputy. Madam Speaker, you got to be fair in this respect, because if other members are allowed to go on, allow me to just explain the question, because I stood just now.
The member for Georgetown Central.
Yes,
I
ma'am.
did, I think it was yesterday,
Yes, ma'am.
indicate that I do not tolerate a long preamble. This is a short question time, and I expect that to be upheld. So just
Thank you,
be
Madam
mindful of that.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, it's difficult when the Minister have just made a number of accusations.
But member for
Madam Speaker.
Georgetown Central, this is relating to questions on NAU.
Yes,
So
ma'am.
you are deviating, you are meandering all over the place. So let's just stick to the question at hand. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, just so the Minister understands why I'm asking about the honorarium, I just spoke to the Deputy Governor before, and there are some people who are unaware how it was applied, not saying that they're not deserving of it. I have members of Cayman Airways staff who were told that are on the front line, on the planes with people who potentially have COVID-19, and saying the chief staff has told them because they're getting paid, they're not getting it. I'm not suggesting that the people shouldn't have gotten it. I'm asking him to explain so they can hear for themselves.
What is your question,
My question-
member for Georgetown Central?
Madam Speaker, the question about the requirements for the grants was because there's people who ask for the grants from NAU who feel disenfranchised to say, I have to prove everything about what I have in my account, but somebody who's getting a grant from the tourism department has to prove nothing. I'm not saying that they weren't undeserving of it, but why do the NAU applicants have to show their bank account details, the DNA tests, when they're married, where they're not working? But the grant, you all have to simply be in the tourism department or tourism industry, and you get the grant. That's the point. Not they're not deserving of it, but the minister wants to play politics with it, saying that I am saying they're not deserving of it. I know how hard they work, and he's being disingenuous.
So what is your question there, member for Georgetown Central? Is there a question again? Member for Boddentown West.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. One of the issues that I raised during my debate was people accessing their pension funds and still accessing services from NAU and other government agencies. Has there been any measures put in place with regards to those collecting tens of thousands of dollars from the pension fund and basically not showing up to NAU looking for the assistance? Has there been any measures or any policies or anything put in place to deal with that scenario? Thank you.
Honourable Premier.
Yes, Madam Speaker, we anticipated that that could possibly be an issue. So we actually wrote into the change to the law, the amendment to the law, or I'm not sure whether the law or the regs, that the Department of Labor and Pensions requires a list of all the persons who have received grants to be provided to them. Not grants, withdrawals that have had the benefit of withdrawal, provided to them on a monthly basis, and that can be used then by not just that department, but more broadly, to ensure that we are not assisting people who have the means to look after themselves. Hmm? Yeah, good. Go.
We have now reached the hour of 4:30. May I have a motion for suspension of standing orders or standing order 10-2? Honourable Premier.
Madam Speaker, I move that, is that the one, the adjournment? The adjournment? Madam Speaker, we have now reached the hour of interruption. I move the suspension of Standing Order 10-2 in order that the opposition may continue its business after the hour of 4:30.
The question is that Standing Order 10-2 be suspended to enable the business of the House to continue beyond the hour of 4:30. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Those against? No. The ayes have it. The House will continue beyond the hour of 4:30 p.m.
Statements by honourable ministers and members of the Cabinet.
Honourable Premier.
Madam Speaker, I have a number of statements, but actually given the hour, because one of them is particularly very long, I am going to omit that. I know my staff are not going to be very happy because they've spent ages preparing it, but the information in it I do not think will spoil, and I expect that we will be back here by the end of the month, and I can give an update. It's essentially that statement, Madam Speaker, on the management and state of affairs with respect to the COVID-19 crisis. So it might need updating, but the historical stuff will remain true. Madam Speaker, I want to make a statement with respect to the judgment of the Court of Appeal handed down today with respect to the port referendum matter. Madam Speaker, I think by now all members of the House would have known the result of that appeal, in which the government prevailed and the court set aside the order of the acting Grand Court Judge Tim Owen, who had quashed the port referendum law, which this House passed on the 30th of October last year. He had ruled, in effect, Madam Speaker, that the law was unconstitutional. Madam Speaker, all members of this House should indeed breathe a great sigh of relief, as I and my colleagues on this side have. Madam Speaker, the Grand Court judge, temporary judge, had ruled that Section 70 of the Constitution, which is the people-initiated provision, required a general framework law, and that as we had not passed a general framework law, but rather a bespoke piece of legislation which dealt only with the port referendum, that that law was unconstitutional. Madam Speaker, the ruling of Mr. Justice Owen in March that the port referendum law was unconstitutional effectively put an end to the port project and the loss of many millions of dollars spent by the Cayman Islands government in the development of the project over almost 7 years. The plaintiff was not required to give an undertaking in damages because the judge ruled that she did not have to, the Grand Court judge, and therefore the government will not be able to recover any of the funds spent on the project up to then, or the large sums of money spent by the Elections Office in preparation for the referendum. Madam Speaker, this Legislative Assembly enacted the Port Referendum Law 2019. We passed it on October 30th, and it was assented to by His Excellency the Governor the following day, the 31st. And preparations were well advanced for the holding of the referendum. Ms. Shirley Rolston, as a proxy for CPR, as they came to be known, and the National Trust sought judicial review of the decision of the Legislative Assembly and indeed the decisions of the Cabinet. Justice Owen found in their favor, holding among other things that Section 70 requires a general law, and therefore the specific piece of legislation passed for the port referendum law was unconstitutional. Madam Speaker, the government has always been of the opinion that the ruling was fundamentally wrong, hence the reason why we appealed to the Court of Appeal. Today, the Court of Appeal agreed with the government. The court ruled that the absence of a general law does not in itself prevent or inhibit the right of every Caymanian voter to participate in a fair and effective people-initiated referendum. And the Port Referendum Law 2019 was therefore not unconstitutional. Of significance to the government, and indeed to members of this Legislative Assembly, must be the Court of Appeal's observation to the effect that the Section 70 power given to the Cabinet, that, Madam Speaker, is the power to settle the question and to fix the date, and also the responsibility given to the Legislative Assembly to enact the law, shows that the form of direct democracy created by Section 70, that is the people-initiated referendum, does not oust the representative elements of democracy which are exercised by the elected members of this House. Madam Speaker, the reference there to the roles of the Cabinet and the Legislative Assembly is of enormous significance when read in the context of what Ms. Rolston and the CPR would have had us believe. Indeed, the Court of Appeal was firm in its rejection of their arguments to the effect that the Cabinet's role in setting the wording of the referendum question was limited to what their counsel, Tim Butler QC, had referred to as drafting details, and that the Legislative Assembly was no more than a mere party to the debate. Madam Speaker, of immense relief to the government is the Court of Appeal's clarification of the doctrine of separation of powers. The Court, in its judgment, reminds us all of the wise counsel of Lord Nichols of the UK Supreme Court when he said that courts must abstain from any course which might have the appearance of judicial legislation. Madam Speaker, the Americans, I think, refer to that as judicial activism. That is where, as in this case, the judge decides that he doesn't like, or she, as the case may be, doesn't like the policy that the Legislative Assembly or the executive has decided on, and decides that he or she is better placed, more informed, more educated, more able to make that decision. Of significance to the government also is the Court of Appeals observation. Sorry, Madam Speaker, I'm reading over the same page. Madam Speaker, the government accepts and supports the independence of the judiciary and its role in interpreting the laws. And Madam Speaker, the doctrine of separation of powers requires that the courts in return respect the role of the legislative branch to enact laws. What form a particular piece of legislation takes is a matter for the legislature, provided it is otherwise constitutional. The government therefore welcomes this clarification by the Court of Appeal. We also welcome the Court's clarification of Section 70 of the Constitution, a clarification and an interpretation that the government has always advocated. Madam Speaker, it is only appropriate to observe that the government accepted before the Court of Appeal that there had been a number of what we call false starts in seeking to enact the law, that is the referendum law. This is to be expected given that it was our first attempt at using Section 70, and there was not much precedent to guide us. However, the government was always of the firm view that because Section 70 makes no express language about whether it should be a general or bespoke law, therefore it was open to the Legislative Assembly to enact a specific law for each referendum, provided it was otherwise constitutional, and therefore we have argued all along that the Port Referendum Law 2019 is constitutional. Now, Madam Speaker, I should close by saying this. Since we drafted that, I've seen a press release issued by CPR, and I've seen stories written in on Cayman News Service about the ruling. Madam Speaker, the CPR is still claiming victory because they stopped the port project from going ahead. I just wish, Madam Speaker, with your indulgence, to say a few words about that. Without question, the actions of CPR, Shirley Rolston and the others, and the National Trust, has had the effect of derailing the port project. For that, they are celebrating, and I'm sure a significant number of people along with them. But, Madam Speaker, one of the great ironies of this exercise, to me anyhow, is that CPR and indeed the judge, Tim Owen, were arguing all along that what they are seeking to do is to protect participatory democracy in this country, to enable everyone who's entitled to vote to be able to do so, and do so in the context of this project and the referendum which it has triggered. But, Madam Speaker, they have achieved the opposite result, because they never were, in my view, CPR, interested in a referendum and the people having the right to vote. What they were interested in was the narrow interest in stopping the project. Because what they have done is to prevent the electorate in this country from being able to register their view on whether or not the development of that particular cruise port project and the adjacent or ancillary cargo port project was a good thing or not. But they stopped the project. So, Madam Speaker, the country is no closer to knowing, one way or the other, whether or not this is something that should go ahead. Those who labor under the misconception, that this law and the petition that triggered it will survive the next general election do not understand some of the basics of the election process or the Constitution. This law will not survive the next election. Whichever administration comes in will come with the ability for a fresh start. And thus, if it is the policy of the next administration to press ahead with the development of a cruise port, that'll be a matter for them in the run-up to an elections, or indeed subsequently when they take office. And so, Madam Speaker, what CPR have done is two things. They've stopped the project, but they've also prevented the people from having the opportunity to vote whether it should go ahead or not. Now, if that is not a perversion of the democratic process, I don't know what else would be. So, Madam Speaker, I've said before in another forum that this government is not going to pursue the project during the balance of the course of this term. But this project and this issue is not going to go away whether I am here or Minister or the Deputy Premier is here or not, or indeed any members of my government. This is a crucial national issue and one of the big decisions that government, and I'm not limiting that to the current one, that government is going to have to make in the aftermath of this crisis, this COVID-19 crisis, is whether or not we want to continue to resume a cruise industry in this country. If we are going to have a cruise industry in this country, we are going to have to provide proper facilities for those who come via cruise ship. So that is a decision that is going to, I believe, have to be part of the campaigns, of the platforms of those who seek to contest the next elections. It is not going to go away because the thousands of people who are unemployed, who this government is trying to help, that the member for Georgetown Central was questioning me about, are all going to need jobs, not just now, but in the future. And if they do not have the opportunities that are presented by the cruise industry, they have to be fitted in to our economy somewhere else. So all of us who are in this house and all of us who hope to be in this house need to think upon those things. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Personal explanations.
None.
Obituary and other ceremonial speeches.
None.
Raising of matters of privileges.
None.
Other business, private members' motions. Private members' motion number 3, 2019-2020. Motion on Customs Tariff Law 2017 revision, warranty replacement. To be moved by the elected member for Northside and seconded by the elected member for Boddentown West.
A call on the member for Boddentown West.
1 second, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, in accordance with Section 2411 of the Standing Order, I rise to move that motion on behalf of the elected member for Northside, who unfortunately couldn't be here today, but due to the importance of this motion, has asked me to move this motion on his behalf and also to ask the member from Savannah to second the motion. And the motion reads, Madam Speaker, whereas the current customs tariff law does not make specific provision for the importation of items being replaced under warranty, and whereas this allows the Customs and Border Control to refuse to accept an invoice of zero value in the matter of replacement items under warranty, the result of which is the customer or the business in Cayman has to pay duty. Be it therefore resolved that government considers making the necessary provisions in the customs tariff law to authorize Customs and Border Control to accept an invoice for warranty replacement of zero value. Thank you.
Is there a seconder?
Madam
Member
Speaker,
for Savannah?
Madam Speaker, I beg, right, to second the motion.
The motion has been moved and is open for debate. Does the member for Bordentown West wish to speak there too?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I provided notice already to this Honorable House to make an amendment to this motion. And it goes, in accordance with the provisions of Standing Order 25-1, I, the elected member for Bordentown West, seek leave in accordance with Standing Order 25-2 to move the following amendments to private member motion number 3, 2019-2020 as follows. 1, by deleting the words Customs Tariff Law 2014 revision wherever it appears and substituting the words the Customs and Border Control Law 2018. And 2, in the result section by deleting of the words making the necessary provisions in and substituting the words removing the word unused where it appears in section 49(1)(b)(1) and 2 off, and by deleting the words Customs Tariff Law and substituting the words Customs and Border and Control Law 2018. The result section would now read, Madam Speaker, be it therefore resolved that government consider removing the word unused where it appears in section 49(1)(b)(1) and 2 of the Customs and Border Control Law 2018 to authorize the Customs and Border Control to accept an invoice for the warranty replacement of zero value. Thank you.
Madam Speaker, if I could just ask through you, the
Honourable
member, if he has a copy of the proposed amendment that he could circulate so that we can see precisely what is being asked.
They have the copies. They have the Can the amendment be circulated to all members, please? Okay. It's Is there a seconder to the amendment?
Madam Speaker, once again, I wish to second the motion.
Does the mover wish to speak to the amendment?
Very briefly, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, last year when this Honorable House approved the budget, we had close to roughly $200 million expected from the Department of Customs and Border Control. That $200 million, Madam Speaker, represents around $1 billion in imported items. As with any purchase, Madam Speaker, there will be defects, and that some of them you can only pick it up after you basically start to use the item that you would have imported. And what this motion seeks to do is to allow the purchaser to return the goods and to get a refund, return the goods to the seller, sorry, and basically get a refund back from the CBC in that regard. I really want to thank, Madam Speaker, the member for Northside for bringing this motion. And I really want to go on the record also, Madam Speaker, of thanking the Honorable Premier, because the motion, as it was originally written, would have been quite restrictive and would have limited the government. And the Premier actually went above and beyond with his team to reword the motion to basically accept it. And I really want to also thank Chief Officer Wesley Orwell and the Director of CBC, Mr. Charles Clifford, and also working with us to amend the motion to basically offer some relief to our people at this time. So with that, it's just a matter of people bringing in stuff and recognizing that as how the law is right now, once you would have used something, you would not have been able to get a refund. And sometimes with some equipment, you could have started using it, it would have break down while it was under warranty, and you would have no recourse. So it's just a matter of taking out one word to allow people, if they have warranty, to get it. So this is really welcome, and I really wanted to thank the government and also the member for Northside for really going above and beyond to help the people at this time, and also that we can get warranties. Thank you very much.
Does any other member wish to speak to the amendment? Does any other member wish to speak? Does any other member wish to speak? The question now is the amendment to the motion be passed. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those against, no. The ayes have it. The amendment to the motion is duly passed. Can I call on the mover again now to speak to the amended motion?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I just want to thank, again, all the honorable members, and thanks again also to the Honorable Premier and his, the team, his Chief Officer Wesley Orwell, along with Director Clifford, but more importantly, the member for Northside during this time for bringing such a timely motion that would help our people. Thank you.
Does any other member wish to speak? Honorable Premier.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the government is happy to accept the motion in its amended form. As the member from Bordentown West has pointed out, it will allow persons to be able to not be able to avoid having to pay duty in these particular circumstances. And we're grateful to both the member from Northside and to the member from Bordentown West, and indeed the seconder of the motion for bringing this. And the government will proceed to make the necessary amendment or to draft the necessary amendment and have the bill published and available for debate here at the earliest possible opportunity.
Does any other member wish to speak? Honorable Minister of Commerce.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm going to be very brief. I just want to thank the member for bringing the motion and offer my support. I know as from the business community, quite often, if you're an importer, as a member stated in his opening remarks, I think that it's like 6% of all electronic items, and that includes the electronics on your refrigeration and your air condition, motorized parts. You have an issue, and quite often you have lemons, as they refer to in the industry. And so the issue of warranty is one that really is difficult to handle here on the island, because you have to ship everything in. And quite often it ends up being an extended cost to the consumer. So anything that we can do to assist in allowing this to be an easier process, and a process in which the company can recoup as much as it can, because businesses don't just get a simple refund. Usually from their manufacturers, the manufacturer gives you a percentage of your sales you get in what they call your warranty credit. So the issue you have to manage it as a local business very carefully because you have to deal with freight, inland freight in whatever country it's coming from, that's the trucking. Then you have the issue of freight to the island. And then if you have to ship the item back, which customs requires you to ship the item out, then you have to pay for the freight for that item to go back to the shipping to the original country of origin, and then trucking back to the manufacturer in order to get your warranty or to get your duties waived from customs. So you're in for shipping and duty, which makes up shipping and trucking, which makes up about 10 to 12% of your overall shipping costs. Twice, because you've now had to ship the item back, then you have to ship the new item in. And so there's no recovery for businesses for all of that. In mechanical aspects, such things such as compressors, etc., all the manufacturer requires you to do is to take the tag off and FedEx the tag back to them. Because that compressor and everything to do with that piece of equipment is nil and void, you can't even get planning inspections without that tag. So that's all the manufacturer requires you to do is to ship the tag back. What has been happening here quite often is that you have to ship the entire piece of equipment back, just for them often. And in some instances, ironically, if you have the voltage changed or something from the factory, they forget to change the tag. And they ship it in, and then planning or otherwise says that, okay, you got the wrong piece of equipment, and whereas you could just simply remove the tag, ship it to them, they send you the right tag. Sometimes you have to ship the entire piece of equipment back. But usually you just ship the tag. You wouldn't have to ship the piece of equipment back, but then you sometimes lose out on the customs duty because you have not shipped the piece of equipment back, which is required under the law. So I think this would be a tremendous help. Hopefully it should drive costs down for businesses, which should extend to the consumer in what the business can extend to them as far as warranty is concerned. Thank you.
Does any other member wish to speak? Does any other member wish to speak? Does any other member wish to speak? If not, does the mover wish to exercise his right of reply?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Just want to thank the Honorable Premier and also the Minister of Commerce for their contribution. And again, the second of the motion, Mr. Eden, also the member for Northside who is absent and whose original motion this belongs. So I just want to say thanks.
The question now is, be it therefore resolved that government consider removing the word unused, quote unquote, where it appears in section 49(1)(b) and 1 and 2 of the Customs and Border Control Law 2018 to authorize Customs and Border Control to accept an invoice for warranty replacement of zero value. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Those against? No. The ayes have it. Private members' motion number 3 of 2019-2020 is duly passed.
Private members' motion number 4, 2019 to 2020. Motion on Customs Tariff Law 2017 revision, medicines, medical and surgical supplies, to be moved by the elected member for North Side and seconded by the elected member for Boddentown West.
Member for Boddentown West.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, in accordance with Section 2411 of the Standing Orders, I rise to move private member's motion number 4, 2019-2020. That was originally filed by the member for North Side, who's unfortunately unable to be here today. And the motion reads, Madam Speaker, whereas the current customs tariff law mandates that medicines, medical and surgical supplies are charged duties of either 22% or 12%, with limited exceptions that carry zero important duties. And whereas medicines used in chemotherapy for cancer patients and other medications carry substantial costs before duties applied, be it therefore resolved that government considers amending the customs tariff law to allow medicines, medical and surgical supplies to be imported duty-free.
Is there a seconder?
Madam Speaker, I beg to second the motion.
The motion has been moved and is open for debate. Does the member for Boddentown West wish to speak there too?
Very briefly, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, a couple of years back, members would have been provided with a report by the Auditor General where they looked at healthcare costs in the Cayman Islands. And at that time, we were spending between $300 to $400 million annually on healthcare costs. This has been one cost, Madam Speaker, that has also been rising both within the private sector and within the public sector. And the whole idea behind this motion is actually to help reduce the costs, to kind of keep healthcare costs down in the island. One of the things we want to make perfectly clear, Madam Speaker, and I will ask either the Minister of Finance or the Premier to, if the government chooses to accept the motion, is to have the ESO or excuse me, another department that can monitor costs. Because what we don't want, Madam Speaker, is to again move to make something duty-free, but then the cost is not passed on ultimately to the patients, or it would be the consumers in this regard. But we believe that this motion is timely and everything else, and we would ask the government to support it to help reduce costs and hopefully go the extra step of making sure that those costs are passed on to the people. As I noticed before, and many members would have remembered that there was a time in our islands where even when milk was duty-free, it ended up costing more than a gallon of gas. And we don't want in a situation where we go above and beyond, take revenues from government, coffers that are well needed, especially at this time, pass it on to reduce costs, only for the healthcare costs in some regards not to come down. So with that said, I really just hope that the government and all members look at support this motion. Thank you very much.
Does any other member wish to speak? Does any other member wish to speak? Does any other member wish to speak? If not, does the mover wish to exercise his right of reply?
Yes. Sir? Oh.
Okay, can I, Minister of Finance, are you, yes, okay. Minister of Finance, are you hearing us? You have to unmute your mic.
Yes, ma'am, I'm hearing you.
Do you wish to speak to this motion on customs tariff law, 2014 revision on medicines, medical and surgical supplies?
Ma'am, I was not prepared for it. I mean, can we take a break and maybe have a discussion with the Premier on this? This was a matter.
Members, can we just take a 5-minute break? Thank you.
Minister McTaggart, the Premier is trying to call you.
Proceedings are resumed. Please be seated. Members, I'm going to allow the Minister of Finance to speak to this motion. I know that there was an issue with regard to the member from Georgetown Central stating that we'd already called for the mover to exercise his right of reply. But based on the fact that we have some of our members that are zooming in, and we had an issue with Minister of Finance's computer, so I'm going to allow for him to speak at this time. Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for allowing me the opportunity. I apologize for the confusion at that point earlier. But, Madam Speaker, I want to acknowledge and thank the member for bringing this motion to the House. In short, I think it is a motion that the government can and will accept to consider that making medical equipment and medical supplies duty-free. Madam Speaker, I am aware that that a similar request amongst a package of other recommendations will shortly be making its way to the government from the CBC to make amendments to the customs tariff law. And so I think it's fair to say that this would be considered as part of that overall package when it does make its way to the cabinet for consideration. Just by way of information as well to Madam Speaker, I think in terms of the timing of any lifting of import duties as well, will have to be very much contingent upon the recovery as well of the country's finances, considering that we are in a very severe time for reduced economic activity, resulting in about a 20 to 25% shortfall in government revenues. On a personal note, I would like to see government's revenue streams restored to much healthier healthier amounts before we actually implement such a recommendation. Had this come 6 months ago, Madam Speaker, we would happily have accepted it and likely to have implemented it. But I would just urge some caution there as we move forward. But overall, Madam Speaker, happy to accept the motion on behalf of the government and say that we would give it due consideration in time. Thank you, ma'am.
Okay, does any other member wish to speak? Member for Georgetown Central.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I'll be short and quick because I do support the motion. But it's important that I say to this Honorable House the circumstances of which I brought up the concern of the call for the mover of the motion to conclude his debate. Not because I wanted to exclude the Minister of Finance, because what he has to say is very important to the topic, the debate, and for the listening ears of the people of the Cayman Islands. But just as important as it is to hear the opposite side of this motion, it was just as important for me to have my say when it was time for the budget debate. And Madam Speaker, I without trying to create much difficulty, I find it hypocritical. I think it's unfair that one day the rules are okay for the government and another day the rules were not okay for me to represent my people of Georgetown Central. As a new member, I can't help but to recognize that. And if I am wrong for that, then so be it. But it's unfair. The rules and the hands-on, I've asked for the hands-on records, simply state, based on what the Honorable Premier said, he couldn't do anything about that. He couldn't give me the opportunity to stand for my people at probably one of the most critical times in this Parliament doing my job. But it was okay for him to take a break, call his minister and say, by the way, you missed your opportunity. And then for you to give a bly, which is fair. I think that bly was necessary because what he had to say was important to this bill for the success of what my colleague is trying to do. But it's unfair for me not to recognize that, Madam Speaker, that it seems to be unfair on how we do things in this Parliament.
Member for Georgetown Central, your point is taken, and I will now call on the... Does any other member wish to speak? Does any other member wish to speak? Does any other member wish to speak? Does the mover wish to exercise his right of reply?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, first I want to thank the Honourable Minister of Finance for his contribution and also for the government for accepting this motion. Madam Speaker, I do recognize that we are in trying times at this point, and I do understand the concerns of the member for Georgetown Central, but also at the same time, I am sympathetic to the Minister of Finance that had he been in the chamber, it would have been one thing, but I think with him being on Zoom, it is something completely different, and I think we need to be a little bit more flexible. This motion is very important, Madam Speaker, and at the end of the day, we're here to do what is right for the people. And at the end of the day, if one thing that the COVID crisis has taught us is that every one of us at some point need to make some level of adjustments in our lives. One of the things I can say, and I've always said, is that the finances of this country is too important for us to play politics with. And I can respect the minister's position in that they would wait to see how government finances look, because at this point right now, we're literally running on one pillar of our economy, with tourism being down. So this is a trying time for everyone at this point. Naturally also, Madam Speaker, this motion by the member for Northside is also timely, because if there's a time in our country where people are under a lot of stress, it is right now. And if anything, I mean, we saw recently, even in the United States, we saw where cancer, I think, diagnosis were down 150,000 per month. And it's not a situation that the cancer fell away. It's a matter that people were at home, not coming out, not being diagnosed, and in some cases, they're now even fearful that when people do get diagnosed, they may find themselves even much at an advanced state as opposed if they had caught it earlier. So this is a trying time globally for everyone. And I expect every one of us, whether regardless of where we sit, to have some level of flexibility and understanding as we try to do the people's work. So I am, for one, to really thank the member for Northside again for bringing this motion. I also want to thank the second member from Savannah for doing it. And again, my thanks to the government and to the Minister of Finance and the Premier for accepting this motion that, if passed and if done, will hopefully give some relief to our people. And I do call on the Minister of Finance again to have the ESO track these costs, because what we don't want to do, similar to what we have had, is pass on a savings that we want the people to get, and the people who are selling it is not passing on to the people. So I would ask them to look at the cost before and after it is passed. And with that, thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
The question is, be it therefore resolved that government consider amending the customs tariff law to allow medicines, medical and surgical supplies to be imported duty-free. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Those against? No. The ayes have it. Private member's motion number 4, 2019-2020 is duly passed.
Private member's motion number 5, 2019 to 2020, motion to align maternity leave between civil service and private sector.
Member for Bordentown West.
Sorry. To be moved by the elected member for Bordentown West and seconded by the elected member for Savannah.
Member for Bordentown West.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise to move private members' motion number 5, 2019-2020, standing in my name, and is a motion to align maternity leave between the civil service and the private sector. Sorry. And the motion reads, Madam Speaker, whereas the Legislative Assembly has a responsibility to make laws for good government, and whereas factors of good government include participation, rule of law, consensus-oriented, as well as equity and inclusiveness, and whereas mothers employed in the private sector have the same objectives, responsibilities, and challenges as mothers employed in the civil service, be it therefore resolved that the government considers amending the Labor Law 2011 revision to ensure that maternity leave entitlement is the same as maternity leave granted as per the Personnel Regulations 2017 revision of the Public Service Management Law 2019 revision before 31st of December 2020.
Is there a seconder?
Madam Speaker, I beg to second the motion.
The motion has been moved and is open for debate. Does the member for Bodden Town wish to speak there too?
Madam Speaker, before speaking of this, sorry. Sorry, thanks, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, in accordance with the provision of Standing Order 25-1, I, the elected member of Bodden Town West, seek leave in accordance with Standing Order 25-2 to move the following amendment to private member's motion number 5, 2019-2020, as follows. In the last line of the resolve section, delete the words 31st of December 2020 and insert the words 31st of December 2021. Thank you.
Is there a seconder for the amendment?
The motion.
Does the mover wish to speak to the motion? To the amendment and the motion?
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. Just to explain that, originally we had filed this motion last year, myself and my colleagues from Savannah, along with the support of our members on opposition bench, an official opposition, I should say. When we refiled the motion, we forgot to, originally we filed in March 2019, was asking for December 2020 time period. But when we refiled it, you do the file save as, we forgot to change December 2020 to 2021, and thus it kind of limited the amount of time. So that's the reason why we filed the amendment to, again, to have more time, because these kind of motions or these kind of analysis take some time to implement, and it's not just something you can do overnight. So that's the reason for the amendment.
Does any other member wish to speak just to the amendment? Does any other member wish to speak to the amendment? Does any other member wish to speak to the amendment? If not, does the mover wish to exercise his right of reply to the amendment?
Just, Madam Speaker, just to thank, sorry, just to thank yourself and this honorable House for allowing this amendment to go through at this point so we can move forward on this issue.
The question now is that the motion as amended be passed. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Those against? The question is that the motion as accepted, or okay, the motion be amended. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Those against? No. The ayes have it. The motion, the amendment to the motion has been passed. Does the mover wish now to speak to the amended motion?
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I ask this, sorry, I rise to ask this Honorable House to support what I would consider an inconsistency between the maternity leave entitlement within the private sector and within the civil service. I brought this motion, Madam Speaker, for 3 reasons. First, it was brought to my attention by several mothers who wished they had more time with their newborn baby. One of the mothers previously worked in the civil service and brought it to my attention that when she was in government, that she had more time off with her first child. Naturally, that prompted me to look at the law, and I noticed the difference. The second reason, Madam Speaker, is I believe that this inconsistency between the private sector and the civil service needs to be corrected as a matter of natural justice, as we can't have a constitution with a Bill of Rights that promotes equality under the law, but then we have laws that are applied, but then we have laws that are not applied equally. Considering also, Madam Speaker, the third reason, that the fertility rate in the Cayman Islands of approximately 1.87 is below the replacement rate of 2.0, it is imperative that the government plays a leadership role in promoting family life within the Cayman Islands. Sorry. Simply put, Madam Speaker, throughout history, as countries are growing and developing, it requires government to lead the way. This is one of many issues that government will have to play a leadership role. If we want to be a world-class organization, we must also have a world-class benefits. Additionally, Madam Speaker, I will also confess that we have a lot of work to do if our benefits are to be considered world-class. This motion will by no means put the Cayman Islands to the forefront of parental leave, but I believe it's a step in the right direction. No. Madam Speaker, I don't want to read this article in its entirety, but one of the things I would like to encourage members and the listening public, when they get a chance, is to go back and look at the October 2017 article in the Cayman Compass that was written by James Whitaker, where it says Cayman is amongst the least family-friendly countries, and it compared our maternity leave to other countries. Naturally, Madam Speaker, I've never been a fan of comparing what we do here with other countries, because different countries are at different stages in their development, and everybody's made up a little bit different. Now, moving to the actual motion itself, Madam Speaker. The inconsistency in the maternity leave arose as a result of what mothers are entitled to in the labor law and also within the personal regulations. And if it's okay with you, Madam Speaker, I just want to read the section of the law briefly so the members can fully understand where we're coming from. And this is the part I want to read. It's section 19 of the Labor Law 2011 revision, and it says, every female employee shall be entitled to 12 calendar weeks maternity leave in any 12-month period, provided that if the employee has not completed 12 months of employment with her employer, her maternity leave shall be calculated on a prorated basis for the time she has worked. Section 19.2 reads, Madam Speaker, an employee entitled to maternity leave under subsection 1 shall be entitled to receive, and her employer shall pay, A, in respect to any entitlement to maternity leave for a period not exceeding 20 working days, the basic wage that the employee would have received had she worked on those days, and B, in respect of any period of entitlement to 20 working days maternity leave next following the first 20 days, 1/2 of the amount of the basic wage she would have received had she worked on those days. So in summary, Madam Speaker, you can see that as per the labor law, an employee is entitled to 12 weeks in which she get 20 days full pay, 20 days half pay. And I wanted us to add that the 12 weeks is really 60 working days, which is you get by multiplying 12 by the 5 working days. So in essence, you're getting 20 at full pay, 20 at half pay, and 20 days at no pay. And that is what we have in the 2011 labor law. Equally, Madam Speaker, if I was to move to personnel regulations, 2017 revision, with regards to leave, it says on section 7, just to make sure I have the right, yeah. Just making sure I'm pulling up the right section of the law. It says, look at section 54. 7, it reads, an employee is entitled to other leave as follows. A, maternity and paternity leave calculated on the following basis. A female employee who has completed at least 12 months continuous service is entitled to 90 working days maternity leave surrounding the birth or adoption of a child, and this shall be made up of 30 working days on normal pay and the remainder without pay. So, as per the personnel regulations, Madam Speaker, the mothers in the civil service are entitled to 90 working days, of which 30 days would be paid and 60 days would be unpaid. Now, to bring that back to what we had before in the labor law, you're entitled to 60 days, of which 20 would have been full paid, the other 20 would have been half paid, and in essence, that works out to still 30 full-time days, and then the other basically 30 would have been no pay. In this situation, Madam Speaker, there's an additional 30 working days that the mothers in the civil service get that mothers in the private sector don't get. And this is just one of the things that we're looking at in terms of as we get representation from people, especially in the private sector. 60 working days really is insufficient amount of time for a newborn mother, to be with her child. Now, additional, Madam Speaker, we also have a similar issue also with regards to adoption. And again, the labor law actually is a little less consistent in that in section just make sure right, yeah. In section 9, it says, in 19.5, Madam Speaker, it says, a female employee who adopts a child under 3 years of age shall be entitled to adoption leave of 9 calendar weeks to receive from her employer the basic wage that the employee would have received had she worked on the days of her entitlement to adoption leave for a period not exceeding 15 working days of that entitlement. And as you can see, Madam Speaker, as I read earlier, within the personnel regulations, whether you actually have a child or adopt a child, you actually get the same amount of leave. So even again in this situation, it is inconsistent where you're pretty much entitled to 9 weeks, whereas within the civil service, you're actually entitled to 18 to some extent, which is actually twice as much when you do the numbers. So one of the things that we're looking at, Madam Speaker, is actually fixing these anomalies between the different laws. Now, one of the things I was also concerned about, Madam Speaker, is that we do have a lot of small businesses that employ people. 1 second. And I was kind of a bit fearful of the additional costs that some businesses may incur from having people off. And it's kind of one of those things where you have to weigh between what is right versus also what is also affordable. Because some businesses realistically can't afford for some mothers to be off an extended period of time. And there's a different motion that myself and the member from Savannah is working on that hopefully in the next session or two, we'll bring that would add a little bit more meat around trying to help mothers in terms of having more children. One of the things, Madam Speaker, on a personal note, is that more than 14 years ago, my wife and I made the decision for her to be a stay-at-home mom. And what most people may not realize is that on paper, my wife is actually more qualified than me. And she chose to give up her career in insurance to basically stay home with her kids. And we made that decision based on the fact that both she and I, when we were younger, had our mothers around us, where my mother stayed at home and helped grow us. And I'm not going to tell you that I don't miss her salary, we do. But we made the decision that, instead of maybe 3-4 vacations a year, you only take one. We cut back on a lot of different expenses just to make sure that she can at least be there for the kids. I do recognize that I've been a blessed man in that I've had previous government invested in me and given me an education that have allowed me to have certain jobs that give me the luxury of having a wife that can stay home. I do recognize that. And at the same time, I also do recognize that some people may not be in a similar position, but nonetheless, having a child is one of the greatest gifts that you can have for anyone. And I think it is, we as a society, especially when you look at the preamble of our Constitution, how important family life is. I'm sure we can all agree that 12 weeks isn't really a sufficient time for anyone to really stay with a child, and more time will be needed. Another issue, Madam Speaker, that we really need to look at, and that's one of the reasons why I'd raised a question I did earlier this morning with regards to the census, is that we really need to start doing some long-term planning in this country with regards to our population and the needs of that population, and that's the reason why I'm looking forward to the census. One of the things I mentioned, Madam Speaker, was the fertility rate of 1.87, thereabouts. And the reason why that number is important, Madam Speaker, is that the natural replacement rate in any country is actually 2.0, a fertility rate of 2.0. And you get that number simply by saying it takes two people, a man and a woman, to have a child. And that's right. And the reason why that number is looked at, if you only make one child in your lifetime, it means that when the parent passes to the next life, those two persons are actually only replaced by one person. So in essence, you have population decrease. And as you continue on more and more, as that number gets lower, it becomes a problem. We've seen it right now in Japan, we see it in Germany right now, a lot of close countries where the fertility rate is below 1.5, and they're struggling at this point in terms of where their population is going to be. So recognizing that this is already an issue, while 1.87 may not be the worst, we also need to accept that as our population is getting older and we don't have enough people coming behind us to replace ourselves, this is going to be a problem. One of the things I would encourage every member of this House to do, and I'll be more than happy to send a copy, there was a report that was done in Bermuda called the SAGE report, Spending and Government Efficiency, where they looked at a lot of the structural challenges that they were having in their country. And if we're not mindful, while we're not quite there yet, as a small island, as a growing country, we still have to start looking at ways in which to start growing our own indigenous natural population. But the bottom line is 1.87 is unsustainable unless it is a situation where, or we have to find alternative different ways in which to grow our own population. And where this number is a little bit even more scary, Madam Speaker, is that when you actually do the actual analysis between Caymanian versus non-Caymanian of that number, you recognize that the number is actually even lower than what it is. In other words, we're not growing our own indigenous population. Now, I know some members would have gone out and have made multiple children, and that's fine. I've made 3, so I'm above the natural rate. When Charlotte and I do pass, we'll be replaced with 3 people, so we have done our job. I know the Minister for Health has also done his job in terms of contributing to our population too. But nonetheless, it is something that we need to look at very seriously. And yeah, you need to do better. This member for Newlands, yeah, he needs sorry, to do better. But naturally, Madam Speaker, like I said, it is one of the things that we need to look at. We also have to consider the impact of businesses and everything else. And that's the reason why the motion was amended, not to December 2020, but to December 2021, which one of the things that we're open for is that even once the census is done and everything else, and we can start doing this analysis, we can bit by bit start looking at aligning it. And one of the things I would caution the government, if they're looking to consider it, is not to move one whole step, but rather gradually. So over a period of time, a year or two, you start adding on an additional week or so, just so in which we can get alignment done. And then we can start looking at what else we need to do with regards to maternity benefit. So with that, Madam Speaker, I think I've covered all the points that I wanted to cover, and I hope that members are supportive of this motion in terms of looking at increasing the maternity leave within the private sector. And like I said, we're looking for a more gradual approach, not as a sudden knee-jerk approach, because businesses themselves also need time to plan. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Does any other member wish to speak? Honorable Premier.
Madam Speaker, in the interest of time, it's 5 minutes to 6, and we are on the third motion, right, of 7. I'm not going to engage in a long address. I think the member for Georgetown West has done an admirable job in presenting the motion and the reasons therefore. And I can say, Madam Speaker, that the government is prepared to accept the motion.
Does any other member wish to speak? Does any other member wish to speak? Does any other member wish to speak? If not, does the mover wish to exercise his right of reply?
Madam Speaker, I just want to thank the Premier and his government for supporting this motion. I also want to thank my colleagues themselves. And the reason why, Madam Speaker, people may look at these motions sometimes and see them as being very simple, but from the conversation out of the Premier in terms of even before this motion, is I can say to the public that he is interested in the long-term plan of this country in terms of putting the right structures in place and everything else. And for that, I am really grateful for. And I think at the end of the day, we as all Caymanians need to start looking at more of those exercises. And if there's anything that the COVID crisis has taught us to do, is that we need to start reevaluating a lot of different things that we took for granted before. So I just want to thank the Premier and his government and also my colleagues and every member who didn't speak for their tacit support. Thanks.
The question now is, be it therefore resolved that the government considers amending the Labour Law 2011 revision to ensure that the maternity leave entitlement is the same as the maternity leave granted as per the Personnel Regulations 2017 revision of the Public Service Management Law 2019 revision before the 31st of December 2021. All those in favor, please say aye. Those against?
Aye.
No. The ayes have it. Private member's motion number 5 of 2019-2020 as amended is duly passed.
Private member's motion number 6, 2019-2020. Motion to increase the normal retirement age for civil servants to be moved by the elected member for Boddentown West and seconded by the elected member for Savannah.
Member for Boddentown West.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise to move private members motion number 6, standing in my name, 2019-2020, a motion to increase the normal retirement age for civil servants. And the motion reads, Madam Speaker, whereas Section 16.2 of the Cayman Islands Constitution Order 2009 requires non-discrimination based on age, and whereas the life expectancy in the Cayman Islands continues to increase over the past 2 decades, and whereas some companies in the private sector have no set retirement age, be it therefore resolved that the government considers amending the normal retirement age as defined by the Public Service Management Law 2018 revision from 65 years to 70 years before 31st of December 2020.
We got amended. Is there a seconder?
Madam Speaker, I beg to second the motion.
The motion has been moved and is open for debate. Does the member for Boddentown West wish to speak there too?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I'd like to move amendment to this motion. And the amendment reads, in accordance with the provision of Standing Order 25-1, I, the elected member for Boddentown West, seek leave in accordance with Standing Order 25-2 to move the following amendment to private members' motion number 5, 2019-2020 as follows. In the last line of the resolved section, delete the words 31st of December 2020 and insert the words 31st of December 2021. Thank you.
Is there a seconder?
Beg to second the motion.
Does any other member wish to speak to the amendment? Does any other member wish to speak to the amendment?
Sorry,
Member for Boddentown West.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Just to explain, similar to the previous motion, we had filed it from last year, and when we had brought it back again into this new session of Parliament, for whatever reason, we missed in the results section the very last 2020 to 2021. The idea was at least to give the government at least 18 months in which to do this analysis. We recognize that the civil service is not just an organization that turns on a moment's notice, and it needs sufficient time. So that was the initial intention. And it's only after we filed the motion that we recognize that we're basically giving the government roughly less than 6 months to do this exercise, and we know it can't be done. But the original intention, when we originally filed the motion, was at least it would have been close to at least 18 to 20 months exercise. Thank you.
The question is that the motion as amended is therefore the question is the amendment to the motion is therefore accepted. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Those against, no. The ayes have it. The motion as amended is duly passed. As the mover of the motion now, would you like to speak then to the amended motion?
Yes, Madam Speaker. Briefly. Madam Speaker, there's an old saying that says retirement is wonderful if you have 2 essentials, much to live on and much to live for. I'll be the first to admit that we in this Honorable House can't help anyone in deciding what to live for, but we can help with what to live on. Madam Speaker, I want to start by saying that this motion I gave a lot of thought to before filing it. One of the main things that I took into consideration was the impact that this motion would have on younger employees within the civil service and the impact that it would have on succession planning. I must also confess that while I did receive representation from people that are currently employed in the civil service that they would love to work beyond the age of 65, I have to also confess that the amount of people that I receive as a representation of the overall civil service is actually quite a small population. Madam Speaker, I must also confess that I wasn't too keen on bringing this motion, but as I started looking at the issue more and more, I realize that there's an issue here that needs to be addressed. Firstly, Madam Speaker, there are some things that I did take into consideration, such as the current ages within the civil service, the type of pension plans within the civil service, and the average salary within the civil service. Madam Speaker, I took into consideration the makeup between men and women also within the civil service. The source I used for most of the civil service information was taken from the annual HR report for 2018 that was published by the Portfolio of the Civil Service in June 2019. And Madam Speaker, the report revealed the following. As of December 31, 2018, there were 3,918 persons employed within the civil service. 3,821 employees, Madam Speaker, representing 97.5% of the total, were between the ages of 20 and 64. Of that amount, Madam Speaker, 2,138, or approximately 55%, were females, and 1,780, or 45%, were males. The salary ranges within the civil service went from $19,428 per annum to as high as $192,888 per annum. And while the average full-time equivalent salary was $49,653 per annum, 59% of all civil servants earn less than $50,000 per year. Now, Madam Speaker, this is where the rubber meets the road. Over the 10-year period between June 2008 and December 2008, the number of civil servants increased from 3,904 in 2008 to 3,918 in 2018, an overall increase of 14 employees. And, Madam Speaker, I think it's important at a point to highlight the fact that back in 2008, when the country and the world was having their own challenges, while the economy grew, and the country grew, and the population grew, the people serving the public at that time didn't grow. And as a result, it basically means that a lot of civil servants had to really go the extra mile in order to basically maintain the service levels that they had with the public. Madam Speaker, over a 15-year period, the number is much higher, going from 3,199 at the end of 2003 to 3,918 at the end of 2018, an increase of 719 employees, or 22%. As a matter of full disclosure, Madam Speaker, even though the HR report went back to 2001, where they had over 4,000 employees in the civil service, I chose to use the end point of 2003, as I knew at that time the Health Services Authority wasn't created then, and those staff would have been included in an earlier number. So just as to try to treat like for like as long as I could, and the HSA would have been material to the number, I basically moved past the time when the HSA was no longer involved. And there also the possibility that the number could have been affected if there were any other transfers or any other authorities created during that time, where employees then would have left the civil service. But, Madam Speaker, earlier I said there were 3,821 employees, or 97.5% between the ages of 20 and 64. What I did not mention, Madam Speaker, was that of the 3,918 persons employed in the civil service, that 2,410, or approximately 62%, is above the age of 40. Now, Madam Speaker, if you were to look at that number of civil servants above the age of 45, which is more than the halfway mark, you'll find that 1,876 employees, or 48%, is 20 years away from normal retirement. Madam Speaker, I want to say that again. Almost half the current civil service, as per the report, is 20 years away from retirement. And, Madam Speaker, there are not many countries or organizations can actually survive with that many people away from retirement. And the reason why I say that, Madam Speaker, just to kind of put things in context, is that one of the first things that and the Premier and others who were here before me would have remembered, if you went back to, I think after the 2013 elections, one of the major issues the government had to deal with at the time was the TLEPs. And that came as a result of, after Hurricane Ivan, when we had a population boom between 2004 and 2005, we find out as we move 7 years later on, which would have carried to 2011, 2012, we had tons of people coming up for rollover. And again, that was one of the things that had to be done to extend it. Now, I'm not serving an alarm because, 20 years seems like a long time away, and I believe that we do have sufficient time in which, if we start looking at it from now, that we can start tackling this issue to make sure that we don't have a potential brain drain on the civil service within the next 20 years or so, when a lot of people are coming up to the normal retirement age. Additional, Madam Speaker, I recognize that some positions also within the civil service would require more physical activities than others, but I couldn't help but notice that the police department, which I think most of us would agree have some level of physical requirements, have 61% of their employees above the age of 40. The fire department also have 62% of their employees above the age of 40. The prison department has 68% of their employees above the age of 40. Environmental health has 69% of their employees above the age of 40. And the sports department have 78% of their employees above the age of 40. Now, don't get me wrong, Madam Speaker. I don't want anyone think that there's anything wrong at the age of 40. I am 47 years old, and I've been told that life begins at 40. So most of the time, I actually tell people I'm 7. I don't count the first 40 years. So I don't want anyone to think as if though there's some handicap that once you pass the age of 40. But the whole idea here is to look at long-term planning. But, Madam Speaker, while I mentioned that 62% is the average, what I didn't also mention, Madam Speaker, is that if you look at Public Works Department, 72% of their employees are above the age of 40. MRCU have 76%. Children and Family Service is 78% above the age of 40. And the Treasury Department is 82% above the age of 40. Now, some of these departments, due to size, Madam Speaker, will be better equipped to handle the transition, like Treasury with around 40 staff, and Treasury above 40, and Fire above the age of 60. To go out and replace those staff would not be a challenge. But in departments like police, with 455 staff, of which 279 is above the age of 40, those will have greater challenges. This challenge is already evident, where the majority of police officers know, and we already can see where this is a problem, are now non-Caymanian within the police service. I think as per the report, I think they're about only 48% Caymanian, if my memory serves me right. And ironically, Madam Speaker, we also have the same problem in prison too. Again, another high population department. And what we find here now is that more than half the staff is non-Caymanian. And believe it or not, Madam Speaker, I just couldn't help when I was looking at the report that even the office of the DPP, where 14 of their 24 staff are actually above the age of 40. And again, we find that the majority are non-Caymanian. So one of the things, Madam Speaker, and maybe just morbid curiosity as I was going down the list and looking at the report, when I singled out those three departments, I realized that we are in that position with some departments, and I'm going to say all, but really because of poor planning. And this is not something that we can say is at this government feet, because this has been a problem that is actually even more than 20 years in the making. And we're not going to fix it overnight, but at least recognizing the problem from now and trying to fix it is actually, I think, a step in the right department. The only thing I would actually add, Madam Speaker, and this is just a matter for this House to consider, is that when I look at those three departments, police, DPP, and prison, I couldn't help but notice that those who investigate the crimes, those who prosecute the crimes, and those who basically hold custody for those who are being punished for the crime are majority non-Caymanian. And whether we like it or not, that is something that no economy or no society, whether political or otherwise, can survive, where people believe as if though they're basically being investigated, prosecuted, and held in custody by people who are not from their own country. That in itself is a problem, and I just wanted to put that out there just as something to bear in mind. I'm happy to see that, with areas like the Cadet Corps and the regiment, we actually have the possibility of actually increasing the recruitment levels within those departments. So hopefully that's a step in the right direction in terms of where we can get homegrown talent, where we can actually have our own people police our own people. And I don't think that is something that is being unrealistic. One of the things, Madam Speaker, that I also touched on was the salary, which most civil servants earn less than $50,000 a year, 59% to be exact. And when you consider, Madam Speaker, that the current contribution rate is 12% per annum, it means then it takes you roughly 8 years in which to earn 1 year worth of salary. And if you work 40 years, you would have actually earned 5 years worth of salary. Let's just say that the Public Service Pension Board, Madam Speaker, continues to deliver really good results. And over the period of your 40 years of working, that 5 years worth of salary could be doubled to 10 years. The challenge that we have right now, Madam Speaker, with the retirement age where it's at, is that we have a mortality rate for men in this country at 79 and a mortality rate for women at 84. It means then that men are expected to live 14 years past the age of 65, and women are expected to live 19 years past the age of 65. And as we're looking at having, and the government moving to a defined contribution plan, and I want to make a caveat, Madam Speaker, that this analysis is based on employees on a defined contribution plan as opposed to employees on a defined benefit plan, and I will get into that a little bit later. But the point is, Madam Speaker, is that even if employees were to get 10 years worth of salary accumulated when they go to retire, our females who are actually working today will find themselves 9 years short of what they would require, and the men will find themselves actually 5 years short of what they would require once those funds are used up, and naturally they have to turn to the government for help. And I don't think that anyone after working 40 years should basically be showing up after putting in your sweat, your blood, your tears and everything, to be showing up at the time in your life where you need help the most to basically come asking for assistance. And I don't think that is the society that we want to build. Now, one of the things which I spoke about earlier, Madam Speaker, was the defined benefit plan. And one of the things I want to say is that unlike the defined contribution plan, that one is set that based on the number of years that you work, you have a vesting period that would actually kick in that will determine a percentage of your final salary, regardless of what you would have put in, as opposed to the defined contribution plan. So this does not take away, and the idea behind this study is not to take away from others their ability to go at 55, because some people still have contracts within government that allows them to retire at the age of 55. Some have contracts that allow them to retire at 60, and some have contracts that allow them to retire at 65. The intention here is not to force people to work. The intention is to basically say to people, if you want to continue working, you don't want to go away, and you feel as if you can still contribute something, then by all means, no one can force you through the door. If you are single, you have a good paying job, and even if you're on a defined contribution plan, and you would have enough money accumulated, you still have the right to basically opt for early retirement and leave. So the idea is not to have people work until they die, but the idea is to basically not to take that dignity away from people who still want to work. Madam Speaker, one of the things I can say, back in 1973, when I was born, the actual retirement age in government was actually 55. And I think it was shortly in the 2000, they moved that to 60, and a couple of years back, they moved it to 65. So pretty much in my lifetime, Madam Speaker, we're already seeing the retirement age move by 10 years, from 55 years to 65 years. And I think the government and anyone can basically agree that that came about as a result of people living longer and basically having more to contribute while they're alive. The other thing I just want to touch on, Madam Speaker, is that, as I said earlier, the civil service is not an organization with close to 4,000 people that cannot be turned overnight. And what I'm going to ask the government to consider, as they are considering this motion, is the gradual move from 65 to 70 years is something that we're looking more over a period of time. And my view is actually 10 years. And the reason being is that once you complete the analysis, you can say, well, you know what, for every 2 years, we're going to add 1 year on as you start going through. Each department naturally will have to do their own analysis in terms of their own human resources and everything in terms of what it is that they have. I think this is an exercise that still has to be done in the education department. And I think whether we like it or not, the government has to also start looking at the bonding to some extent, or the encouragement of kids coming back to school, coming back from school, putting their time within government. I was one of them that received a scholarship and had to go work for government. Of course, coming back due to kind of politics and everything else, I didn't make it back within government. But that's a different story for a different time. That's, you're correct in that regard. But nonetheless, Madam Speaker, when I look at what it is that the civil service that we have, and I can tell you, Madam Speaker, I've held regional positions and I've worked with many civil servants across the region and even North America and Europe in previous lifetime and jobs that I've held. I can tell you, Madam Speaker, from my own interactions, that our public servants here can hold candle or hold water with anyone globally that I've dealt with. We have a very professional civil service, and I think at the same time we also do need to recognize that some of them also, because of different constraints, can't afford to retire at 65 on the defined contribution plan. Equally, Madam Speaker, we also have to recognize that there was a time where we had many people who arrived in this country on local contracts, was not receiving contracted officer supplement, were not permanent and pensionable, and only became into the pension plan at a very late stage in life that would also have very little to draw on. So it is not a situation where it's a one-size-fits-all, but nonetheless, it is an analysis that needs to be done. I can say from speaking to the Deputy Governor, and this is a conversation, and many of the stuff I spoke about today, he and I discussed yesterday, and I can say that he is keen in terms of doing what is necessary to ensure, at least from now, putting a structure in place that the civil service can pivot itself to what it needs to be, not just for today, but basically for the next 10, 15, 20 years to come. So I am happy that we do have that level of mindset at the helm of the government at this time. And I also have to give credit to Chief Officer in the Portfolio Civil Service, Gloria McField Nixon. I've interacted with her on numerous occasions, and I've found her to be professional and a world-class individual to deal with. I have nothing but really good things to say about her. So when you do listen, and this is part of the questions that I had also had earlier, was to get the information, because I also want to do my own analysis, because I'm a nerd like that, in terms of seeing where the government is going and start putting certain things in place from now. Because whether you sit on the government bench or the opposition bench, we also need to recognize that within our system of government, the entity that is charged with the continuation of government is the civil service. In the United States, it is the Senate, and that's why only a third of them go for election at a time. They're tasked with the continuation of government. Within our system, it is the civil service, and that is why it's important for us to make sure that we equip the civil service, we prepare the civil service, and we make sure that we have the tools necessary to support this government and any government and basically the islands to come. And as we can see from this even COVID crisis recently, and you look at the people who are on the front line, it is the very same civil servants. And a lot of jobs that we thought were basically menial, a lot of people realize now is important. So the whole idea, Madam Speaker, is to take a pause as we're looking at rebuilding and resetting our own economy, to start looking at the civil service and seeing what it is that we can do. And the reason why I chose this motion, Madam Speaker, is that whether we want to accept it or not, there are a lot of initiatives in this country that we want for our people that the government has to take a lead in doing. The government has to be the one to say, you know what, we're doing this, and then you start seeing the private sector to follow. There's this belief as if though everything the government does is bad and everything the private sector does is good. I can tell you that is not the case. And what I'm open for, as we're doing this analysis and going through this process, the people within the private sector can also take note and say, you know what, we see government doing this, maybe we need to do this also. So, Madam Speaker, that is what it is that we're looking for. And as I said, it is not about just shocking the system, but gradually, like I said, we have 20 years in which to start fixing this problem, and we start looking at inching away to it. I am not one that always believes in sudden shocks to the system. But I want to close, Madam Speaker, on a different note, and that is one of dignity. I have seen people that are in their late 60s that still want to work, and because of this restriction, find it very challenging to work. And that bothers me, Madam Speaker. And if you were to go through and read all the different philosophers, whether it be Descartes, Kant, Hunt, and all of them, Socrates, you'll find that there are 4 building blocks that they all have in common. There are 4 things that they all have in common. And one of the things that we need to recognize that as human beings, we basically have 2 purposes. 1, to manifest the glory of God, and 2, to strive to be happy. It's not about making money, it's about being happy. And if you can wake up whether rich or poor, and you're happy, then you are successful. And if you were to take happiness and break it down, there are 4 things I've found from all those philosophers that they all have in common that people need to be happy. 1, they need a purpose in life. They need a reason to get up every morning, to go out, to work, to do something. 2, they need the ability to grow. They need that regardless of where they are, they need to know that tomorrow I'll be a better person and a better position than where I am today. 3, they need to feel connected to the environment, to the family, to the people. They basically, in short, Madam Speaker, they need to be loved. And 4, they need the freedom to make mistakes, to grow, and not be ridiculed. Whether we want to accept it or not, ageism is a problem in this country and it's creeping up. We have seen it in the private sector right now, where because of high health insurance costs, people who still have a lot of utility, a lot of resourcefulness is being discarded because no one wants to pay the $1,400, $1,500 a month that will be required for their health insurance. And these are the kind of things that ultimately we'll have to fix. And I hope that when we do finish our census this year and next year we start looking down and analyzing the data, that we can start putting some real long-term plans in this country. But at this point, Madam Speaker, like I said, the purpose of this motion is to start the analysis, start looking at it, whether it be at a departmental level, by a ministry level, and start planning for the future. Not just from a succession planning point, but also one that we ensure that our people can keep their dignity regardless of what age they are. If they want to get up and go out and feel productive, then so be it. Every one of us inside this honorable house, Madam Speaker, we look at Ms. Sharon and what it is that she has contributed, and still every day gets up, still comes with a certain amount of energy, and still going. And there are many people like Ms. Sharon within the civil service that offers the same thing. And all we're saying is, not that we want to force you to go. All we're saying is if you want to stay, you can stay. That is all it is that we're looking for. As it stands right now, Madam Speaker, the private sector itself, we spoke about alignment earlier. Well, here's something to consider for alignment. The private sector has no retirement age. The government does. And just to put things in context, when the government started out, the government could afford to have a retirement age because the government had a defined benefit plan which requires a vesting period. And for that vesting period to work, you need to have a ceiling. You need a certain cutoff point in which you can basically cut, in which you can say, well, after 33 and 30 years, you're fully vested. The difference is now, as we're moving to the defined contribution plan, it is kind of difficult or unfair to really say to somebody, I need you to work 40 years, but then while you're working, you need to go and save money enough for 20 years, or in women's cases, 19 years past the age of retirement. In this economy, in this low interest rate environment, it is very difficult. So especially for those who are on the defined contribution plan, they're the ones I think more than anything will benefit from this. If I'm on the defined benefit plan and I'm fully 33 and 30 years, if I do come to work, it's because I just love to work. And it will be not for anything else, because at the end of the day, my benefits is pretty much set as a percentage of my salary. But now, since we have now changed plans, we also need to start looking at changing the other ceiling that we had there before. And again, Madam Speaker, this is not to take away or force anyone to work up to the age of 70, but rather, if you want to stay and you have utility and you feel as if you can be useful, to continue. And in closing, Madam Speaker, I just want to leave us with one thing. Our Constitution is a little over 10 years. And in that time, we have only made one change to that Constitution. And that change was to allow the judges next door to retire at the age of 70. If we are going to talk about being fair and being aligned with everything else, if the judges next door can stay till 70, and we recognize that, and we change the Constitution to allow the judges to stay till 70, I don't see why is it that we can't say to the average Caymanian who still wants to get up, still want to come work past the age of 65 to say, you know what, you too can also stay. With that, Madam Speaker, I just want to thank the Deputy Governor again and his team, Chief Officer Gloria McField-Nixon and their team, with regards to the work that they have done, and also the professionalism within the civil service. We spoke earlier of the other motions again, where I saw Chief Officer Wesley Owell and Director Clifford go above and beyond in terms of helping us to shape a motion to pass here today. That is a level of professionalism, that's a level of commitment we have in the civil service. And at some point, we have to draw the line and say, you know what, just like what the member of Savannah can show, that even past the age of 70, he still has a lot to bring to this house. And also the member from West Bay Central, past the age of 70, still has something to show. And the member, anyway, I'll leave it at that. But anyway, Madam Speaker, with that said, No, you. Well, I was going these other two on this side here too. No, I'm not going there, I'm not going there. That's fine. Madam Speaker, with that said, I hope that all members would actually look at this and see what it is that we can start doing to planning for the future. Thank you very much.
Does any other member wish to speak? Member from Savannah?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As has been leaked out, I better declare interest in this as I'm over 70. All joke aside, I was touched by the way my colleague, the honorable member for Bordentown West, made this presentation. He and I talked about this quite a bit. And not only us, but I'm sure every member of this Legislative Assembly has had representations from some of our brilliant seniors who have and are approaching that age of 65 and up. They want to continue to contribute to welfare of these islands. I must say, and I will now pay tribute to a gentleman that I have seen the vision for our civil service, the Honorable Deputy Governor. I've had the opportunity on different occasions to sit and talk with him, and the passion that I have seen him show, the willingness to listen, the willingness to interfere and try to help those that are in need, the willingness to actually try to make things better for them. Mr. DG, our civil service, by what I've seen the last going into 29 years, that since you've taken the reign, the difference that you're making there, the way that you're building and looking toward the future, not in an isolated incident, but across the board. Literally, and it's amazing how the member from Bordentown West and you literally bring those boats and all of those things together. It bodes well for the Cayman Islands that those of us that are moving on in due course, that we can feel comfortable, that it's going to be in good hands. But once again, it's all about making our seniors, wherever possible. And there are times when, if it continues, it should be done on assessment, if there's to justify that they continue. And as the mover said, it's not about blocking the younger ones down there. But the pool that we draw from our Caymanians living here is going to be limited. So I would encourage that we seriously look at this, that the consideration be given in due course over a period of time, as my colleague indicated. And I want to commend this motion to this honorable House. Thank you.
Does any other member wish to speak? Does any other member wish to speak? Honorable Deputy Governor.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I thank the member from Bordentown West for the motion. I want to sincerely thank also the member from Savannah for his very kind words. He's someone that I look up to. I think we all do. And certainly when he speaks, we listen. So I really thank him for all the kind words he said about myself and also the civil service. I think we all love our people and we want to see them do well. It's because of someone why we are here today, and I think we want to make sure that when we go, we are preparing other people to come and be here where we are one day, and there's motions like this that can help us get there. So I want to thank the member for Bordentown West for the motion. Madam Speaker, I rise to add my contribution to the debate of the private member's motion to consider amending the normal retirement age as defined in the Public Service Management Law 2018 revision from 65 years to 70 years before the 31st of December 2021. Madam Speaker, members will recall that just 4 years ago, in September 2016, the normal retirement age within the civil service was increased from age 60 to 65. The change came about following the passage of amendments to the Public Service Management Law, the Public Service Pension Law, and the underlying regulations. The timing of the change also coincided with efforts to raise the retirement age within the private sector. Madam Speaker, when the civil service adopted age 65 as the normal retirement age, there were 242 employees working within the civil service who were over the age of 60. As of the 31st of May 2020, almost 4 years on, that number has increased to 406, of which 94 are over the age of 65. Of the 406, 331 or 82% are Caymanian. 302 or 74% have been in the civil service for more than 10 years. 18 hold posts at senior management grade of G or above, and 8 serve as heads of department. These statistics indicate that our current provisions to allow for the retention of civil servants who are at or have passed the current age of 65, if and when there is need to retain their services. It is with a sense of accomplishment that I share these statistics, Madam Speaker, which clearly demonstrate the value and the importance of the civil service places on retaining experienced staff members and those with specialized skill set, irrespective of their age. Madam Speaker, we are monitoring the impact of raising the retirement age, and we are encouraged by the early wins, which we have experienced. We see that the number of persons who continue to work in the civil service beyond age 60 has increased, allowing such persons to continue contributing to their pension plan until age 65 has also had a positive impact on the overall public service pension fund and projected income replacement values for future retirees. Allowing persons to continue working up until age 65 and to defer taking their pensions has a positive impact on the public service pension plan, attributing as much as $10 million gain in funded position between 2020 versus 2017. It is worth knowing, Madam Speaker, that changes to retirement age are not made without thorough thought and consultation to arrive at what we believe is a balanced approach. The portfolio of the civil service and the Public Service Pension Board spent many months conducting extensive consultation with heads of various professions, the Staff Association, HR professionals, managers, and individual public servants of all ages. This resulted in key design features, including amendments which allow employees to have flexible work arrangements as they prepare for retirement. As such, some of our employees aged 60 above are on phased retirement employment terms, which include options such as part-time work or taking on roles with fewer responsibilities. Employees with such arrangements in place are exempt from open competition or having to interview for such roles. Equally, where employees approaching retirement are in roles where other candidates have successfully fulfilled succession plans, the law allows the Deputy Governor to transfer those soon-to-retire employees to new roles. This is done in the interest of the public service, and there is of no detriment to the transfer employee, as they still retain their full salary regardless of the new role they occupy. These exceptional provisions were adopted to ensure that raising the retirement age did not negatively impact career progression within the civil service, while also ensuring that the employment status of our older employees did not change quickly or unexpectedly, as their accrued pension benefits would also remain intact. Madam Speaker, as Cayman does not have a social security safety net that provides a minimum income in retirement, any proposal that can lead to an increase in retirement savings should be considered. The only downside to this is if change is coupled with a reduction in retirement flexibility. We would not want a system that creates a group of individuals who are too old to find work but also too young to qualify for retirement. There is no argument that those retiring need to have sufficient retirement income, and we need to have the best support and plan in place to help people achieve this. However, we have to remember that there are dynamics we have to contend with, and the changes need to be looked at to ensure that we implement the best and right solution. And I think that's what the member alluded to in his debate. Further, Madam Speaker, changing the retirement age has many impacts that needs to be assessed and brought forward for consideration as it relates to pension. This means even looking at peers and options that could be explored for the Cayman Islands. There's a global trend that retirement age in other countries is increased beyond 65, which is why I do want to highlight that the Public Service Pension Board is already undertaking a defined contribution pension adequacy review. This review will take a holistic approach in looking at mortality, the application and feasibility of a retirement age, exploring pension contribution levels that best align for staff and the government, incorporating retirement planning into the function of the Public Service Pension Board, looking at voluntary contributions, and even exploring impacts related to health care. Madam Speaker, we also understand and appreciate the need for the civil service, in particular our management teams, to be able to offer upward mobility for mid-career professionals who have been educating and training themselves to take the mantle, as well as those eager to embark on their new careers and seeking their first appointments after university. We do this while ensuring the vast knowledge and skills of our most senior staff are transferred and retained appropriately. Madam Speaker, within the public sector, any changes to pension entitlement also requires careful navigation so as not to offend Section 110 of the Constitution. There are considerable administrative challenges in facilitating members' entry and exit to the plan, which need to be kept as simple as possible for consistency of application, but also so that persons may fairly easily make informed decisions about the implications of when and how they take retirement. Having provided this background, we are not opposed to exploring further changes to the retirement age. However, we do feel that more time is needed to truly assess the impact of past changes and potential future changes to the demographics of the civil service and the wider public service, and that's why we're very grateful to the member for his amendment that gave us a lot more time to consider this change. The last increase in retirement age was made during a growth period in our economy, the Cayman population, and our civil service. The Honorable Minister of Finance has shared in prior press conference in a prior press conference that less than rosy picture of the current global economy. We are facing economic challenges that surpass those faced during the 2008 global recession. Within these constraints, we need to contemplate and fully understand how further raising retirement age will affect our ability to attract and retain talent, particularly highly sought-after talent and those with unique skill sets. Madam Speaker, as you're aware, we live in an information age where technology is rapidly changing both how we perform our work and the very nature of the work we perform. This became particularly evident during our response to the COVID-19 pandemic, which saw some major advancements in the way we deliver our services, specifically our ability to deliver online services. Additionally, we need to consider further impacts on career development, progression, and succession planning, and assess and understand the relationship between those things and staff retention levels. As such, we need to be very purposeful in the way we look at legislative changes that will impact staff demographics and our ability to recruit and retain staff. Like I said, Madam Speaker, the mover of the motion and myself and the team in the POCS is definitely on the same page. He mentioned these things in his opening remarks. Madam Speaker, having said that, we expect to revisit this issue at a later date when we have safely weathered the current economic storm and we have allowed the civil service sufficient time to collect and analyze the information on the impact of the last change to retirement age. Such changes are not feasible within the short term, with so many other pressing issues confronting the country and the civil service. Therefore, Madam Speaker, given the considerations previously cited, we are agreeable in considering amending the normal retirement age at a later time, assuming this aligns with the government policy priorities. I thank the members who moved this motion, and I thank all members of this honorable House who previously voted in support of the proposal to raise the retirement age to age 65. With your support, the civil service is making steady progress, but we do not want to put this progress in jeopardy by making additional changes without pursuing the same thoughtful process employed previously, a process that takes into account the need for all our employees, as well as the public we are privileged to serve. Madam Speaker, before I wind up, I too want to thank my incredible team, the Chief Officer, Ms. Gloria McField-Nixon, and the team in the POCS and the Pension Board, and all those persons who contributed to my remarks here, and for the incredible work they have been doing over the last few weeks and months. Now, Madam Speaker, I was touched here over the last few days. I watched as an incredible number of questions were answered here. I don't think I remember a time when we've answered more questions going into 3 or 4 o'clock in the afternoon. And what is such an amazing accomplishment is that all of those, the vast majority of those answers were prepared while people were working from home. So it just really shows what we can achieve, and if we are flexible and nimble, that we can really achieve some amazing results. The fact that we're having this session here, people on Zoom, that we're able to carry on government seamlessly, although we're in shelter-in-place conditions, really speaks well for us as a civil service, but also as a beloved Cayman Islands. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Does any other member wish to speak? Does any other member wish to speak? Does any other member wish to speak? If not, does the mover wish to exercise his right of reply?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. First, I just want to thank the Honorable Deputy Governor for his remarks and his contribution in accepting the motion. And I also want to thank my colleague from Savannah, the Honorable Anthony Eden. And also want to thank, Madam Speaker, my colleagues on the opposition side for their support, and also the members on the government side. Because one of the things is that at some point, some of us, I do hope all of us, would live to that ripe old age where we think that we can still contribute a lot more. And whether you want to accept it or not, Madam Speaker, the country that we have today was built on the backs of those very same people that are now coming closer to that age, and we all owe them that debt of gratitude. And for whatever time they do have left, I think at a minimum, like I said, if they want to contribute, they should feel free. I also have to really highlight the professionalism of the Deputy Governor, Madam Speaker, as one of the things I can never highlight too much. And they always say one of the real judge of somebody is how they treat somebody they don't need. And I raise that point in that even before I was elected, when I would call the Deputy Governor, he would either always take my call or always return a call. And that was something he didn't have to do in his position, but it's something he always did. And that professionalism and that promptness has never been lost on me. So I'm grateful for him for always being himself as it is. I can say from my own interactions with him, he's very passionate about the civil service. And I also can say, like with anything else, we will have disagreements. But we live in an adversarial system that says, even though you may have disagreements and discord and dissent, through debate and discussion, we find some level of consensus. And it is sometimes in the most adversarial positions, we find ourselves with the best policies. So with that, I really want to thank the Honorable Deputy Governor again, Ms. Chief Officer Gloria McField-Nixon, for the work that they're doing, basically producing a lot of these reports. That gives us a lot of information. And thank all honorable members in this House for their support of the bill. For the motion. Thank you.
The question now is, be it therefore resolved that the government considers amending the normal retirement age as defined in the Public Service Management Law 2018 revision from 65 years to 70 years before 31st of December 2021. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Those against, no. The ayes have it. Private members' motion number 6, 2019-2020, as amended, is duly passed.
Private members' motion number 7 of 2019-2020, motion to make all Cayman Islands laws available online for free, to be moved by the elected member for Boddentown West and seconded by the elected member for Savannah.
Member for Boddentown West.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise to... Oh, sorry, 1 second. Get a copy of the motion. Where did I put the motion? Give me a copy of it, please, sorry. Yeah, got it. Thank you very much. Sorry about that, Madam Speaker. I rise to present private members' motion number 7, 2019-2020, standing in my name. And the motion reads, whereas Section 59(2) of the Cayman Islands Constitution Order 2009 give this legislature the power to make laws for the peace, order, and good government of the Cayman Islands. And whereas the ability to govern the people of the Cayman Islands can only come from the consent of the people of the Cayman Islands. And whereas the Cayman Islands is a constitutional democracy governed by a constitution and the rule of law, and whereas it is only fair that if the people of the Cayman Islands are to be governed by laws, that those laws are easily accessible and available to them regardless of their geographic location and ability to pay. Be it resolved that all Cayman Islands law and proposed amendments to Cayman Islands law be available for free on the website of the Legislative Assembly, located at www.legislativesembly.ky, and be it further resolved that all Cayman Islands laws and proposed amendments to Cayman Islands laws be available for free on the website of the court office, located at www.judicial.ky, and be it therefore further resolved that all Cayman Islands laws and proposed amendments to Cayman Islands laws be available for free on the website of the central government, located at www.gov.ky. Thank you.
Is there a seconder? Member for Savannah.
Madam Speaker, I beg to second the motion.
The motion has been moved and is open for debate. Does the member for Boddentown West wish to speak thereto?
Madam Speaker, very briefly, I am actually losing my voice now. Madam Speaker, this motion actually came about almost by accident. And the reason being is that when I was having a discussion late one night with someone, and one of the things I really have to say right now is that we have a lot of children, a lot of our kids in the UK that actually watch these proceedings online. And several of them are actually also on my WhatsApp broadcast list. So for some of you who receive it, I do apologize to some extent if it's overwhelming sometimes. But one of the things that we found is that a lot of the students, when we're looking at some of these amendments and bills and everything, actually want for their own purposes to actually go online and be able to access some of these bills and to some extent lend their debate. We realized it is actually a problem. And it was late one night when I myself was looking for a particular piece of law, and I went really searching, and I really just could not find it. And I even had to reach out to someone else to see if they even had a copy or something that they could send me, that I realized that it is an issue. Now, I can say that, I mean, even on the Gazette website, that there are some things available. There are many things available within the Gazette, but what I found as a challenge was the ability to navigate or to find some of these laws was really difficult. The last count, Madam Speaker, if memory serves me right, we have around 294 major pieces of laws. And then when you start looking at the amount of amendments and rules and regulations and everything else, they're within the hundreds. Now, I do recognize to some extent that departments such as the court's office actually collects revenue from actually sale of having access to their website for some of the laws. And I also do recognize that the Legislative Assembly here also charges for the sale of laws. But when you look at the amount of money collected for it compared to the overall usefulness of having it available to everyone, it is something that will take a while. I can say since filing the motion, I am aware that the portfolio of legal affairs, I think is actually working on something similar also that may be available for members. I think it's being beta tested right now that has a lot of the laws and everything out there that would be available. But I think it's one of the things where ultimately we need to start looking at making our laws more available to the public online. And especially now in this coronavirus situation where we're trying to have more people work from home and more people pretty much try to maintain social distance and everything, the amount of money that we collect and then to even have the costs surrounding just the controls alone to collect such a small amount of money really isn't worth it. And ultimately, we always hear the term, ignorance of the law is no excuse. But we can only really say that when we have the laws available to the people for them to at least to know it. And I think at a minimum that we need to start going on a going on a public education drive in terms of start really educating the public more on a lot of stuff that we do. Because the truth of the fact is, Madam Speaker, I do spend a lot of time looking at other countries because I figure you can learn from anyone. And a lot of countries out there actually have their laws online, and that's one of the things that we have not done. But what I can say for a lot of the work that we do in the Legislative Assembly, a lot of the work we do on our laws and everything else, we need to do a better job of also getting it out to the public too. And as a result, it's one of the things where I think it's time to know that here we are in 2020, and there are a lot of laws available. I don't think anyone should be driving down or coming to the to the Legislative Assembly, where parking is already a challenge, to look for a copy of the law or to go around and search. On the internet, I consider myself pretty tech savvy, but some laws are very difficult to find. And that's the reason why I said to look at those 3 central government websites. I'm almost certain now that as a result of the coronavirus, everyone has gotten used to www.gov.ky/coronavirus for just about every single thing. I mean, I look at that website literally almost daily just to even get the count too. So as we are now start promoting e-government and promoting more stuff online, I think it's time now that we start looking at transition into the 21st century. I also recognize that with the pressing things there for the government, I would not consider this a major priority, but it is something that eventually I think that we need to eventually get at. There are far more pressing things right now, but at a minimum, I think it's something that we need to put in our back of our minds, and when the time comes, start looking at the transition process. Like I said, I know some work is already being done, and it would be easier if what is being done there, the platform, or could be just redirected from those websites to that one website to make it available. I promise I wouldn't take long, and I'm actually losing my voice now. So with that, Madam Speaker, I'll just end it at that. Thank you very much.
Does any other member wish to speak? Does any other member wish to speak? Does any other member wish to speak? Honorable Premier.
Madam Speaker, they overworks me, you know. Treated, I don't know what traded for, though. Madam Speaker, the government is happy to accept this motion. I have had a consult with the Honorable Attorney General, who, of course, these things generally fall under. And I am signaling the government's acceptance of the motion, and I've asked Honorable Attorney General to speak in a little more detail regarding the matter.
Does any other member wish to speak? Honorable Attorney General.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, let me begin by thanking the honourable member for Bordentown West for this motion regarding the accessibility of Cayman Islands legislation to all, regardless of geographic location and the ability to pay. Undoubtedly, Madam Speaker, accessibility of legislation is a fundamental pillar of the rule of law. Indeed, accessibility, Madam Speaker, was held to be the first rule intrinsic in the rule of law by the late Law Lord, the Right Honorable Lord Bingham, who stated at the time that, and I quote, "The law must be accessible so far as possible, intelligible, clear, and predictable." And so, Madam Speaker, in keeping with the rule of accessibility, there is a long-standing commitment to make Cayman Islands legislation available to all Caymanians and indeed other stakeholders. In the current norm of working remotely, Madam Speaker, Cayman Islands legislation must be accessible to those who are able to access the electronic or online version, as well as those who access will be to the printed or hard copy version of the Cayman Islands legislation. So, Madam Speaker, with this distinction in mind, I will first proceed to outline the current status of accessibility to both the electronic and printed versions of the Cayman Islands law. Secondly, Madam Speaker, I will then outline our proposed plans to augment and improve access to Cayman Islands legislation, and thereby, of course, enhance the rule of law in the Cayman Islands. So, Madam Speaker, currently available legislation, electronic versions. The websites developed and maintained by the following three sources currently provides access to the electronic versions of legislation. A, Portfolio of Legal Affairs, which is legislation.gov.ky. B, GIS Gazette Office, www.gov.ky portal, page portal, GAS Home. And C, Judicial Administration, www.judicial.ky. Touching on the portfolio of legal affairs, Madam Speaker, in 2018, in recognition of the importance of having Cayman Islands legislation readily accessible to the public, crave indulgence. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you, Chris. Yeah. Thank you. Perfect. Yeah. That's my mic over there, you see? Yeah. No. Thank you. So current, Madam Speaker, may I just... Now I'm shouting. Thank you. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Current legislation available, Madam Speaker, I'll begin there again. Electronic versions. The websites developed and maintained by the following three sources currently provides access to the electronic versions of legislation. A, Portfolio of Legal Affairs, legislation.gov.ky, that's the website. The second one, Madam Speaker, is GIS Gazette Office, which is www.gov.ky portal, GAZ Home. And the third one is Judicial Administration, www.judicial.ky. Looking at the portfolio of legal affairs, Madam Speaker, in 2018, in recognition of the importance of having Cayman Islands legislation readily accessible to the public, a decision was taken by Cabinet to develop a website dedicated to providing access to all current and historic Cayman Islands legislation to all Caymanians and other stakeholders without charge. To that end, Madam Speaker, I am happy to inform that at present all current Cayman Islands legislation, including both primary and secondary legislation, and all bills before the Legislative Assembly may now be readily accessed by the public without charge at the Portfolio of Legal Affairs dedicated Cayman Islands legislation website, which I repeat, Madam Speaker, is legislation.gov.ky. Madam Speaker, it was and is intended that this website should serve to assist the community in understanding the legislative process from the time that bills are published for consideration by the Legislative Assembly to the time that the legislation is applied by the Cayman Islands courts and the wider community. This website, Madam Speaker, was developed by the Law Revision Commissioner in the Portfolio of Legal Affairs and was only very recently completed in May 2020. It is noteworthy, Madam Speaker, that the background effort in developing this website required that, one, all legislation be classified by category, and two, that a unique reference/inventory number be attached to all legislation. As you are aware, no doubt, all laws, primary legislation, have always had a unique number attached, but this was not the case for delegated or secondary legislation. So, Madam Speaker, whereas the primary laws that are enacted here usually have an identifying number, that was not the case with regulations. As a result, the effort required in cataloging and assigning a unique reference or inventory number to all historic delegated secondary legislation going back to the 1960s has been quite extensive and, not to mention, Madam Speaker, challenging. That effort has produced a website that has the advantage of multiple enhanced user-friendly features Madam Speaker, including the following: A, point-in-time searches of historic legislation, as well as searches by categories, tags, and keywords. Secondly, notes attached to all legislation that provide the date of commencement and reference to commencement orders if applicable. Madam Speaker, it also has a consolidated index of all legislation which may be automatically generated at any current date. Madam Speaker, deals with all bills, including the dates introduced and passed by the Legislative Assembly from 2017. It also has all historic consolidated indices from the year 2000. It has all proclamations by the governor from 2004, and it has all legislation gazettes since 2019. Madam Speaker, there's also links to legislation imposed externally, i.e. by the United Kingdom, imperial acts and statutory instruments. And of course, there is a CIG organization chart from 2010, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I also mentioned about the GIS Gazette Office. Electronic versions of all legislation, both primary and secondary, have been accessible since 2004, that is shortly after Hurricane Ivan, on the Gazette's office website, which may be accessed at this link, Madam Speaker. As I mentioned before, it was gov.ky, portal, page, portal, Gaz Home. This option allows access to both historic and the current legislation. However, Madam Speaker, the search functionality is limited, and the requester is required to have specific knowledge of the particular Gazette publication reference details of the legislation being sought. And I think, Madam Speaker, the honourable member mentioned about some challenges in navigating some of these websites. I suspect one of them might be the one in the Gazette office for finding the laws. It is not the most user-friendly, Madam Speaker. I must confess. People like hard copies. Madam Speaker, legislation was historically published in the official Gazette in both the ordinary edition and the extraordinary edition. However, as the volume of legislation expanded over the years, locating specific legislation-related notices and orders, such as errata, proclamations, commencement orders, and list of equivalent jurisdiction became increasingly difficult in the ever-expanding size of these editions of the official Gazette. Madam Speaker, in order to improve the accessibility of Cayman Islands legislation and to mitigate the risk of legislation-related notices on orders being missed or overlooked, commencing in February 2019, the Gazette Office, with the approval of the AG's chambers, launched the legislation edition of the official Gazette. The legislation edition of the official Gazette may be accessed at the following link, Madam Speaker, is gov.ky, portal, page, portal, Gaz Home, publication, legislation, Gazette, / supplement, not slash, dash, supplements 2020. Madam Speaker, there's also the Judicial Administration platform. All current legislation, both primary and secondary, may also be accessed by payment of a subscription fee at the Judicial Administration website at the following link, www.judicial.ky/search-login.php. It should be noted that only current legislation is available at the Judicial Administration website, and there is no option available that provides access to historic legislation. Madam Speaker, all legislation, both primary and secondary, may be accessed at all Cayman Islands. Well, I think, Madam Speaker, let me just say, I think all these legislation are also, or should be, also accessible at most of the public libraries or at the public libraries. I certainly will seek to confirm that. But if that is the case, Madam Speaker, this option allows access to both historic and current legislation. However, the requester is required to have specific knowledge of the particular legislation being sought. And Madam Speaker, again, I seek to verify, but I am aware that some of the public libraries do house these legislation. Madam Speaker, what of the future? As it relates to electronic versions, the Portfolio of Legal Affairs intends, Madam Speaker, to increase awareness of the legislation.gov.ky website and to increase access to this website in a number of ways. Madam Speaker, as noted above, the dedicated legislation website, which is legislation.gov.ky, is currently available to the public without charge. The Portfolio of Legal Affairs, Madam Speaker, plans to liaise with the relevant Cayman Islands government media personnel in order to increase community awareness of the availability of this dedicated legislation website. Madam Speaker, the portfolio also intends to work with other parts of the government to increase access to these legislation. The portfolio intends, Madam Speaker, plan to invite the administrators of the websites of the Legislative Assembly and to the Judicial Administration, as well as the Gazette Office, to incorporate in their website a link to the dedicated legislation website in order to provide their users, Madam Speaker, with an option to search current as well as historic Cayman Islands legislation. So we intend to provide, Madam Speaker, a link to the legislation.gov.ky website. The portfolio also hopes, Madam Speaker, to enhance access within central government. The plan is, Madam Speaker, the dedicated legislation website the plan is that that website would provide the option for all Cayman Islands government departments, companies, and statutory authorities to include on their relevant website a direct link to only that legislation that is relevant to their operation. And this option, Madam Speaker, it is hoped will provide the advantage of legislation on their particular website being up to date, and it would also reduces the risk of the public being directed to the legislation that is no longer current. Madam Speaker, it is anticipated that the Portfolio of Legal Affairs will roll out this feature to all Cayman Islands government departments, companies, and statutory authorities in the very near future. Similarly, Madam Speaker, the potential exists for the individual Cayman Islands departments, the companies, and statutory authorities to enhance the functionality of their websites by permitting their clients to access relevant historic legislation by including a link to the dedicated legislation website, which is legislation.gov.ky. And so, Madam Speaker, the portfolio plans to invite the administrators of these websites to utilize this feature. Madam Speaker, there is some work in progress. So going forward, it is intended to further enhance the functionality of the Portfolio of Legal Affairs legislation website in a number of ways. Firstly, it is intended, Madam Speaker, that a complete database of repealed, revoked legislation will be added. This enhancement will provide for the determination of what legislation is applicable to any historical point in time. The database, Madam Speaker, of repeal and revoked legislation is in the early stages of development, and there is extensive work still required in researching and completing this portion of the dedicated legislation website. Secondly, Madam Speaker, it is intended to expand the database of English, United Kingdom, and West Indies Federation legislation having effect in the Cayman Islands. There is extensive work still required in researching and completing this portion of the legislation website. Thirdly, Madam Speaker, it is intended to add a database of all the historic revisions of Cayman Islands laws. The website has been designed to facilitate this functionality, and all post-2020 revisions have been located and incorporated into the website already. However, Madam Speaker, all pre-2020 legislation that was incorporated into historic revisions still need to be located and uploaded to the dedicated legislation website. The completion of this information into the legislation website will serve to ensure that there are no gaps in historic legislation should a user need to know the status of a particular item of legislation between revision dates. Finally, on this area, Madam Speaker, the portfolio intends to further enhance the functionality of the legislation.gov.ky website by incorporating a feature that will link decision of the Cayman Islands courts and the Privy Council that reference particular items of Cayman Islands legislation. This will facilitate understanding of how the Cayman Islands courts interpret and apply each item of Cayman Islands legislation. So that, Madam Speaker, is intended to be a bit of a hyperlink between the legislation and when a particular case deals with a particular piece of legislation or section of a law. The idea is that it will be hyperlinked, and you can look at that case to see what it says about that particular piece of legislation or that provision. Madam Speaker, printed versions of legislation. The Portfolio of Legal Affairs intends to publish an annual bound 3-volume publication of all primary and secondary legislation that was published each year. This publication would provide archival certainty with respect to the legislation issued in each year and would be available to law libraries and by subscription. It is anticipated that only a small number of the bound 3-volume publication would be required each year, Madam Speaker, and that the cost of this publication would be approximately somewhere in the region of $450 per 3-volume publication. Madam Speaker, the work to produce the 2019 version of this publication has been completed. However, given the current financial concerns, there was a bit of pause in the exercise, but that will now resume once we get going. Fully functional again in government. Madam Speaker, I mentioned earlier about categories of laws, and I don't intend to go through all of this, but just to mention how sort of user-friendly it has been. So there are master categories, Madam Speaker, which deals with administration of justice, agriculture and aquaculture, animals, civil aviation, civil law and procedure, commercial law, constitutional, legislative and interpretive, administrative oversight law. Then there's a detailed categories, courts, court of appeal, evidence, grand court, legal aid. Then there is civil aviation, Madam Speaker, civil aviation authority, civil aviation protection. Then the heading of commercial law agency, commercial law arbitration, commercial law bankruptcy and insolvency, commercial law companies, contract and tort, and so on, Madam Speaker. So, Madam Speaker, there are ongoing work, and it is hoped that in the near future, very near future, the accessibility of this law will be, to use the language of the Honorable Deputy Governor a world-class quality. Madam Speaker, just to speak briefly about the user-friendliness of the legislation website you mentioned. The legislation.gov.ky website, Madam Speaker, is user-friendly for both ordinary residents and professionals. The site, Madam Speaker, operates on computers as well as smartphones and tablets. It also operates on all principal browsers. It provides strict security, a pop-up help system, an automatic legislation history tables, just to name a few of the features. Madam Speaker, the website is also user-friendly in the sense that its database includes all Cayman Islands legislation, including primary legislation as well as secondary legislation, such as regulations, rules, and orders. By way of examples, Madam Speaker, it includes both the standing orders of this Honorable House as well as the Grand Court rules. It includes the custom tariffs that apply in the Cayman Islands, Madam Speaker. By way of further examples, current legislation button, Madam Speaker, there's a current legislation button on the home page that takes the user directly to all the current legislation. Madam Speaker, I'm speaking about now the legislation.gov.ky website. The current Cayman Islands legislation may be accessed, 1, by the title, i.e. alphabetical order, 2, subject, or 3, a tag. Madam Speaker, we have example title. This method of access is particularly useful for professionals who know the name of the specific piece of legislation that they're looking for, such as, for example, the Penal Code. A subject search, Madam Speaker, by way of example, if you search current legislation by subject and select commercial law or intellectual property, a list of all relevant legislation will be provided. That is patent law, trademarks, etc. Madam Speaker, if you use the tag search, by way of example, if you select the tag children, you will be able to see a list of legislation that is relevant to children. The evolving utility of the tags will be informed by the users and their preferences, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, there is also point-in-time access to legislation. So legislation by title also provides the option to select the date that the user wishes to review the legislation. In order to choose the desired date, a calendar is provided which allows the user to roll back the date by selecting an earlier date in the calendar in order to view the entire statute book at an earlier date. Madam Speaker, there is also the option to view historic versions or revisions next to the most current revision. There's also, Madam Speaker, a window that speaks about legislation that has been passed by the Legislative Assembly but not yet in force. That is clearly demarcated as well. Madam Speaker, the user also has the option of viewing legislation that is not yet in force, either alphabetically or by the most recent date. Then, Madam Speaker, there are bills. The progress of bills through the Legislative Assembly may be readily viewed by the user using the legislation.gov.ky website. Madam Speaker, bills may also be selected by the year. And finally, Madam Speaker, there's the Official Gazette. All publications of the Official Gazette relating to all proclamations since 2004 are present. All consolidated indices since 2000 can be located there. And all legislation gazettes since 2019 are accessible, Madam Speaker, through that site. So, Madam Speaker, that's a brief overview of where we are and, of course, the direction of travel as it relates to even further enhancement as it relates to accessibility of legislation, Madam Speaker. Allow me, in closing, to add a word of commendation to the Law Revision Commissioner, Dr. Camille Stoll-Davey, for spearheading, Madam Speaker, this revolutionary initiative as it relates to accessibility of our legislation. Also want to thank the staff of the Law Revision Commission, the Law Reform Commission, the entire legislative drafting department, as well as those who are in the Solicitor General office, Madam Speaker, for their collaborative effort in making all of this possible, Madam Speaker. I do thank you.
Does any other member wish to speak? The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I just want to briefly rise to one, support this motion, because if memory serves me well, the Premier and I and the former member, two former members from West Bay, fought for this for a very long time. And the excuse we were given was that it was government revenue that we would be foregoing. Of course, that was by the former financial secretary, not the current one. But he was part of that too. Their miser habits, when we thought it was unfair to the people of this country to have to come to this legislative assembly and pay for laws that this legislature was enacting to govern them. I continue to see, much less now, but when I came here almost 20 years ago, law firms were sending their staff here to purchase laws, stacks of laws. And I believe the Premier at the time was so incensed with it because he had to do the same thing coming from that profession. And there was much debate on this as to whether or not it could be manipulated in the electronic form, and it was nothing but excuses. I am glad that the member from Badintown West took the initiative to bring it again. But what saddens me is that the Attorney General get up here for 9.5 hours and tell us of all the initiatives that are going on. And I am sure if the member from West Bay, from Badintown West knew that, we wouldn't be here. The lack of communication to let members know these things are happening. I know the Attorney General don't like to make statements in this honorable House, but he does know that the Premier likes doing it. And he knows he will do it, and political grandstand.
Oh, no. Never.
But be that as it may, despite my sadness, I am glad that the initiative has been taken up. Because when it comes to the Legislative Assembly website, you can hardly get on that. So I am glad somebody's doing it, but the first order of the day in it is that we need to ensure these websites are updated on a regular basis. Because you can go on to gov.ky, and if you can negotiate your way through that, you're a scientist. That is when it's working. Hear a new one coming. Madam Speaker, I don't know what causes government's websites not to be user-friendly. It appears like it was designed for those who designed it. All of them. The police department one, don't you ever try to get a firearm license application. A simple download of an application form requires you to go through about 5 different steps to get to that form. Madam Speaker, my hope and my cry to the Attorney General, all of that he said about the links that will connect to this website with all of the different, from the different departments and the likes. My cry is to him, please get those right before we launch anything. And please ensure that it is updated on a regular basis. And my cry to the Deputy Governor is take those price tags off those bills here in the Legislative Assembly, because it don't bring us much money. And there should be access. Public should have access to these laws, like anything else that is done here. It doesn't cost that much money. As a matter of fact, they don't even keep a full complement of laws here. I know it costs a lot to print, but they don't have that many here either. Most times, they don't reprint them, and they have to print them off from their computer, which doesn't all go well with ensuring that these things are authentic. Madam Speaker, again, let me thank the Attorney General for his lengthy explanation. Whether we got it or he understood what they were saying or not is besides the point, because it's quite technical what he was explaining. But I think that most of us and the country will welcome the opportunity for it to be user-friendly. Not that I didn't understand. I said whether we got it or not. I said we, or he understood it. Whether we got it or he understood it, you understood it. Thank God you did. And Madam Speaker, I trust that it will also include all the websites, GIS and all of those. That Gazette, the Gazettal one as well, because they're not very friendly. And it doesn't make sense for us to develop these things if they're not going to be useful for the general public. It makes no sense. And yes, Madam Speaker, I understood what the Attorney General was saying and the likes, but it was quite lengthy. Madam Speaker, I thank you.
Does any other member wish to speak? Member from Georgetown Central.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm only going to give a short contribution, simply to say that I give full support to my colleague from Bontown West and the seconder for this motion for the many obvious reasons that were already highlighted. But one of the main ones for me is the obviousness of we're moving into the first world. And these are how things are going to be moving forward. Particularly, we saw what the pandemic has offered in respect to mobility and getting around and the like. But the other key component for me that is important is the effect of a policy like this would be on the environment. The accessibility to it on devices rather than picking up the hard copy will obviously reduce the usage of paper, which we all know comes from trees and we all know is important to the overall health of the earth. So from those two simple basic principles, as long as, like the Attorney General has highlighted, the safety of the integrity of the legal documents can be kept, there's no logical reason for us not to move forward for this. Matter of fact, to be honest with you, Madam Speaker, I'm surprised that we haven't already done so. So with that being said, I give full support to my colleague, and I want to thank the government as well for supporting such a motion. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Does any other member wish to speak? Does any other member wish to speak? Does any other member wish to speak? If not, does the mover wish to exercise his right of reply?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. First, I want to thank Mr. Eden, my colleagues, member from Savannah, for second the motion, and my colleagues for their support on this side. Also like to thank the Premier and his government for their support. And I really want to thank especially the Honorable Attorney General for his detailed response. I was very pleased in terms of listening to him and in terms of what his vision is, in terms of what they have in the works. I think that'd be really great for this country once it is done. I think actually that would probably put us best in class, at least a minimum across the region from the websites that I've looked at in terms of doing some of my research, because what he's outlining there, no one else is doing anything like that I've seen. So I think that in itself should be commended. Madam Speaker, the only thing which the motion I called for is I'm glad to see it's on his website, but on the main public-facing website where people reasonably expect to find laws, which is the court's office, the Legislative Assembly, and the government building, I think it would just be a matter of just putting on an hyperlink from those websites into his website where they can actually find the laws, so that hopefully shouldn't be difficult. We have since looked at it and see where that process have already started. So hopefully it's one of the things that can be done. But I just want to say to the Attorney General and his team, well done. Thanks. I just want to say well done to the Attorney General and his team, and I'm happy to see the direction in which they're going. And with that, I just want to thank all other members too for their tacit approval in this regard. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The question now is, be it resolved that all Cayman Islands laws and proposed amendments to Cayman Islands laws be available for free on the website of the Legislative Assembly, located at www.legislativeassembly.ca. gov.ky. And be it further resolved that all Cayman Islands laws and proposed amendments to Cayman Islands laws be available for free on website of the court office located at www.judicial.ky. And be it therefore further resolved that all Cayman Islands laws and proposed amendments to Cayman Islands laws be available for free on the website of the central government located at www.gov.ky. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those against? No. The ayes have it. Private members' motion number 7, 2019-2020 is duly passed. Members, the House will suspend just for about 15 minutes and will return at 8 o'clock.
As well as DEH, and